So welcome to this BrIAS session. Today is particular because we are in a new room, actually the BrIAS room for the very first time. And this is my pleasure to introduce you Dr. Stefan Gerth, who will be the very first speaker in the new BrIAS room. Stefan was a BrIAS fellow in 2022. But unfortunately, because of COVID issues, he could not come to Brussels. So we are catching the time back now. So this is my pleasure to host you today. So Dr. Gerth got his PhD in physics. So the discipline was neutron scattering and polymer science. But you will introduce a little bit further. And he's head of the Department of Application, Specific Methods and System at Fraunhofer in Germany. And I asked Stefan a fun fact about him. So he told me that he cannot grow plants well. So we are in one European network together. And actually, Stefan is growing maize and sorghum in his facility, but I think it's not that bad. And another fun fact I can tell about Stefan is that he can make now the difference between a Liège and a Brussels waffle, because yesterday we had one. Okay, with this, like we said at BrIAS, the floor is yours, and so I let you introduce a little bit in more detail.
Thank you. So thanks for the introduction, and also that I'm here now to talk to you. It's really nice to be the first one opening up this room. And the fun fact that I'm really bad in growing plants, that's why I moved into robotics, you know. Because I'm not that good in regularly watering plants. And yeah, some people say that's the easiest thing, you know. You just give them water and they will grow. I find this the most hardest thing, you know. So, as Christian mentioned, just a short introduction about myself. So, my background is physics, so, and I know here that's interdisciplinary network, so maybe because now you know me a bit, and I will introduce my further. Who's there in the room, actually? Who's the background of engineering? So, okay, 3. Who has a background in informatics? Okay. And like mechanical engineering, okay, there's also one. Biology, somewhere from, okay, there. Chemistry, also, I see. So we have quite a lot of different disciplines around here. So social sciences also. There, these were missing, okay. Social sciences also. Yeah, and I think that's nice to see that we have these possibilities to link different disciplines, because everyone in his own expertise area has a good value, but linking these together, we can do something more. And that's when we talk about robotics, about sustainability and automation, that's where you bring together different things and different aspects where no one is by themselves like an expert, and to link these things, and that's nice to be here and talk about that. So my background, I studied physics in Germany, University Erlangen-Nuremberg. In 2012, finished my PhD, and the topic was neutron scattering and polymer science. But there I was looking for how stable and what is the safe assembly of polymers on silicon surfaces. So, and therefore I used neutron scattering, so far away from what I'm doing now, actually. And after that, I started as a scientific employee in Fraunhofer, the development center for X-ray technology, because I wanted to stay in the area of working with radiation technologies to look into material. So that was like the area what I thought is really fascinating. And they asked me, would you like to apply the knowledge we have in non-destructive testing to plants and like biology and agriculture? And I was saying, yeah, why not? I was not thinking what I was saying there, because what I learned is plants are really nasty, you know. If you screw up an experiment, if you screw up a measurement, you just can't redo that. It's just not possible. And I'm really jealous about my colleagues who are doing casting iron blocks and non-destructive testing there, because they can just redo the same measurement all and all over again. And so that was my first learning step, to really think about what you need to do, when you need to do, and that it really matters, the timing, when you do an experiment, and that you can't redo it because the plant will grow further. After that, starting the business development there in this kind of expertise area, I became the group manager there, and now since 2020, I'm the head of the department. So within the department, we bring X-ray systems and non-destructive testing systems into different kind of business areas, from biology and agriculture over recycling, mining, and also we operating the world's biggest computed tomography system for testing whole cars or sea freight containers. So that's what we are doing in the department, but my main focus area is still the plant phenotyping world, because that's what I'm in, that's my research topics. And what we do there is not only the hardware development, because if you have a sensor, the sensor is not helping you at all. You need to leverage from the data. You need to get the features and information out of the data you gather with the sensor, and you need to think about how can you do this in an automatic manner that it is easy to use and will reveal the features which are interesting for you. And main application area for us is the plant breeding, actually, that we can help with the technology plant breeders to look beneath the soil to see what our roots doing. And so that's what I'm telling you today, like journey from manual measuring, manual data analysis, to an automatic process where the plants become measured and analyzed in a standardized way. So the Fraunhofer Institute, where I'm belonging to, is the Fraunhofer Institute for Integrated Circuits. We have sites in 11 different cities. We are one of the younger Fraunhofer institutes, but one of the biggest, with about 1,200 employees now. We are more or less in the southeastern part of Germany located, and my location is here in Fürth, where we are doing the whole X-ray development. The Fraunhofer IIS itself is mainly famous for audio media technology codecs, I think, and thank you for that, actually. Every one of you is using our technology on a daily basis, because that's where the audio media technology codec development started, is like with the MP3. So thank you for using all our codecs daily. And that's also one of the main things. Now you may think audio media codec development and X-ray and plants doesn't come together at all. Yeah, that's because the second part is actually, we call it cognitive sensor technology. So because they set up integrated circuits for their codec developments, they needed to establish methods of testing these circuits. And that was why we started with X-ray. Nowadays, we almost never test integrated circuits anymore, because here, actually, we focused really on how can we use X-ray in different ways of applications, and think the whole process, not only in we're just building a sensor which is generating a nice image, because an image is not helping you at all. Yeah, you generate data, but in the data you have almost no first information. So you need to kind of process the data that with using image analysis and image processing tools, that you can gather information out of this data. You need then to link this information to relevant or with relevant metadata to gain kind of knowledge, and in the end you want to do a decision making. So that's the data pipeline actually. So from raw data to a decision you have to do in the end. And this we do for the data generation part, for X-ray, magnetic resonance, and optical technologies. That's what we're doing. And of course, we have the possibilities to do all the image analysis or the information extraction, link these to metadata. And for the plant sciences, is like the metadata I will go into. We need to know how the plant was grown, what happened to the plant, how it was watered. And without that, or what kind of genotype is in there, we cannot build up knowledge. And in the end, you need to go for decision making. For the plant, decision making could be supporting breeders or giving them the information to know what kind of genotypes will show relevant phenotypes. Or in the sorting, actually, if you go for recycling processes, you need to do a decision very fast. It's not like you have quite a lot of time. If you have a conveyor system which runs at 2 meters per second, you need to analyze the data pretty fast to get to the decision point. Okay, this you want to keep in the goods, and this you want to remove. And that's like the pipeline we're doing. So for the Fraunhofer Development Center for X-ray Technology, it is in German up there, because otherwise the acronym would not make sense at all, because it's not good translated into English. We are at the location here in Fürth. That's what you see. The big block you see here on the left, that's one big computed tomography system where we are able to scan the sea freight containers and cars and everything. And in the laboratory in the front there, we have approximately 15 different systems, which are either manual or running automatically for the testing purposes. And here at that site, we are roughly 125 persons working, and in my department, actually, we are about 35 persons. So that's the range, plus some student workers which are supporting us. Good. And of course, in the back, we have our offices and seminar rooms. So then, that's like where I'm coming from. And now the question, why you would go for digital plant phenotyping? Any one of you has an idea why to go for digital plant phenotyping? No? Does someone of you know what phenotyping means? Okay, there, I see it. Okay, good. Let's go into digital plant phenotyping. It consists of the point digital. There, I think we might have an idea of what it means, and then the phenotyping. So, why phenotyping? I will show later what phenotyping exactly means. Phenotyping is, we describe like how a plant is looking like. And why this becomes more and more important, what I put in here, we will experience more and more extreme weather scenarios, and we face climate change conditions quite heavily. So the pictures you see in here are taken from myself during some mountaineering trips. And you see the dramatic change of glaciers at the moment, and this is really happen at a fast pace. So the glacier below there, what you see in the picture, actually where this beautiful lake is now, 20 years ago it was filled with 3 glaciers. So that's on a time scale which seems a bit far, but if you see like the corner up there, that was like where the glacier was. And a glacier for us is our water reservoir. In the wintertime, it stores ice and water and releases it in the summertime. For all of us and also for the plants. So what we face here with the change of the climate, with the extreme weather scenarios, that we have at a very fast pace changes for plants to get water and changes for plants to adapt to the local weather, to the local climate. And if you're looking at a breeding cycle until you breed for a new variety, it takes roughly 10 years from starting your breeding process to a final new plant variety. And if you're now having like a time scale of 20 years here, and seeing how drastically in this time scale the climate is changing, we see, okay, we have a mismatch there. And we need to kind of try to speed up and support the breeding to counteract all these changes and help maintaining plants for us in a daily basis. And that's why we go into plant phenotyping, because the phenotype is actually the result or the expression our plant is looking like depending on the genotype, like on the blueprint actually. The genotype you can see as the blueprint of all possibilities of a plant. And this is reacting with the environment, which is changing quite heavily, and the management. So the phenotype is how the plant really is looking like, what it expressed from their possibilities to give like the best result on the current environment. And what you see here are this exact same genotype, but grown in 2 different climate scenarios. So that's what we are seeing. So we are not seeing a genotype in the field. We are seeing the phenotype, which is like the combination of the genotype and the environment and how it is expressed. And so if you look back into the history, breeding was purely done by phenotyping. Yeah, and it's still done. So if you see farmers in the field measuring the plant height, they're measuring the phenotype. And that's where we want to step in and say, okay, we would like to support breeding, we would like to support the phenotyping, going for an objective measurement of plant features, of plant traits. And to do so, we need to do that in a high number. So we need to have there not only measuring one plant, and because I'm bad in growing plants, this one plant will look terrible. We need to measure several of them, and this most automatic, in an automatic way, that we reduce a lot of different factors in there. So the next point in the digital phenotyping is the digitalization. So if we think about what is an optical sensor actually seeing. So we have like our sunlight illuminating all the plants. And why a leaf is green is the plant takes out all the wavelength what it needs for running their photosynthesis. And we're seeing actually what is reflected and not absorbed by the plant. That's what we're seeing. So an optical sensor is measuring the color as a function of intensity, and here we have our visible spectrum. If you now increase the energy further and further, you at some stage will say to your optical visible light, you will say ultraviolet light. Then at some stage you will say it's an X-ray light. So we are having the same electromagnetic wave as we have in the optical spectrum, but we're changing the interaction power. So if you increase the intensity, we don't see at some stage a lot of reflectance anymore. So we cannot hold a sensor in front of our plant and see then the reflected light or the reflected X-rays. No, we need at some stage to put the sensor behind the plant and measure the absorption. So because the X-rays will start to penetrate further and further into the plant, and the amount of X-ray which is absorbed, that's what we measure with X-ray sensors. And this is purely depending then on the density which we are illuminating with X-rays and the material composition. That's like what we're measuring, how much density is in there and what is the material composition. If you're now going for computed tomography, because that's the next thing is, you start to rotate your plant in between here and measure image after image for rotation steps. So you get a bunch of different projections, we call that. And that's really a projection of a pot with soil in there. And if you look closely, there's a bit of a stem on the top. And as a function of the angle, you know, okay, this absorption was gathered at a distinct angle. And you can use this to reconstruct the complete three-dimensional information within the pot. So in the video on the right, that's actually what it will come out there. You see the stem. Then at some stage you start seeing the soil-air interface. And if you closely look, there's actually a sticker on the right side where there's the name tag of the plant. You see some roots leaving. But there you have already to have a good view to see that, because it's not that easy. And on the bottom, you see the pot holder. So that's now the complete three-dimensional information. So now we have a tool where we can digitally get a complete three-dimensional information of our pot with the plant in there, with the soil, with some stones. These are the nice bright spots. And typically you use this kind of computed tomography in medical applications. So you might know nice images of your brain, or if you have a bone fracture, that's where you get in contact with X-ray computed tomography. What the nice thing is about X-ray computed tomography for humans is humans look almost the same, like from a perspective of shape and density. There are differences, yes, but not as these plants. And that is what I was realizing afterwards, because every soil is completely different. Every interaction of root to soil is completely different. And the variations we see in root systems is so huge that it's not that easy to standardize like it is done in the medical application area. So now, together, why digital plant phenotyping? The digital plant phenotyping is helping us to get like an objective quantification of the phenotype of a plant, like of the objective plant characteristics, using a digital sensor system. In this case, we will use an X-ray computed tomography system that we can look in the soil. And therefore, of course, we can then start to extract what is the impact of different environments to the current phenotype, what are difference of cultivation systems or like fertilizers to a distinct phenotype, and see how this is altering our root structure. And for us, the purpose is actually, we see this as a tool to optimize breeding processes, to give faster objective differences in different phenotypes, but also looking for how does the different cultivation systems, how does these alter our plant phenotype. And I think that's also a necessary tool going in that direction to keep pace with the consequences we are facing currently in the climate change. And as I mentioned already, what we need is, because we need to do this on a high number, we need to go into automation, like into robotic system for putting plants on conveyors, moving them into the sensor and extracting automatically the data. And at the same time, going for the metadata for our environment, like measuring what was the light the plant was getting, what is the humidity in this air, what is the CO2 levels, what is our temperature, the soil moisture, the composition, and also the nitrogen in the soil. So that's what we all need to know at the time of measurement, that we see what is the history of the plant at a distinct time. So now I described why we need this kind of approach. And the point is, we now have like a nice three-dimensional volume, but this is not helping us. So such a three-dimensional data cube for a pot, which is like 20 centimeter in diameter and 30 centimeter in height, that's about 40 gigabyte of data. So this is not helping, because if you sit there in the 40 gigabyte of data and try then to see where is a root and where is soil, you will take more time, manual labor time, as you would use to wash it out and do like hundreds of these. So you need to find ways to extract plant features automatically on the data side. So how we started, actually, that was the system back in 2014, I think, with a really small potato pot, placing it manually in the system, having here on the left-hand side the X-ray source, on the right-hand side the X-ray detector, and then the system was rotating the plant, taking the images. But it was a lot of manual work, actually, to put all the potatoes in and out of the system, irrigate it by hand, and that's where I learned that I'm really bad in doing that. So I got people helping me for that. And it's a huge personal cost if you want to do that. That's not feasible at all. And you're always changing also the environment of the plant. If you're taking them out, putting them in, that's where I also realized, okay, they will react to that. And it's very time consuming. So that's where we started to get the images. But as I mentioned, having a nice three-dimensional data cube, it's not helping at all. So that's your input volume. And now you start to think about, okay, how can we find image analysis ways using classical image analysis or also artificial intelligence tools to extract like the regions where we are interested in. And first project we were running was like a potato tuber project where we automatically built algorithms to extract the individual tubers in a pot at a distinct time, and over time then track what tuber belongs in a time series to what previous tuber, and see how they change in volume, how they change in like the position, how they change in the shape of the potato over time, and also how density is changing, because what we can do with the computed tomography is we measure mainly density. So if you have the density, if you have the volume, you can start to calculate something like a virtual weight. And what you see down here is like the virtual weight correlating with dry weight or fresh weight, which is pretty good actually, measuring volume and density. So we have a method where we can assess like fresh weight without excavating the plant. So we can now scale it back to see how is the fresh weight of each individual tuber within a pot changing over time. And each pot was measured for 4.5 minutes. And so we did in total about 2,000 measurements of potato tubers. And that was really where we realized we need to go for automation also. But you start there to start some questions, because if you work in this interdisciplinary field together, we start to ask, when is a tuber tuber? Is someone of you aware how potato tubers are growing? So in the pot, they have a stolon. And at some point, the stolon will kink a bit and then swell for the tuber. And if we are having the task to start from the origin, then we started to ask a question, when is a tuber a tuber? And it's not that easy if you start these discussions, because if you dig it out, an expert will say you, okay, that's now a tuber, and that's still a stolon with a kink. But on an image base, to make like the boundary when it is still a stolon and when it is a tuber, that's not that easy. And I realized these kind of discussions need a lot of crosstalk between the disciplines, because it's not that easy to transfer it on a kind of sensor answer and a typical view on a plant itself. And that's which is always for me a lot of joy, actually going into these kind of discussions and finding, okay, when to start treating it like as a start of an ear, for example, of a wheat ear. Where does it start? Is it an internode connection? It is, and then also to think about what is the easiest way of measuring it, because that might not be the same. And there it needs to have a lot of crosstalk, that what is a virtual trait for us, how this relates to the trait like a biologist would look at it. So in this project, in the end, we showed that we could really easy show the growth of potato tubers. And doing the automatic data pipeline as described above, we were able to process the data from 11 gigabyte of raw data, like that sensor will generate in the 4.5 minutes, 11 gigabyte of raw data, which is roughly 3.2 terabyte of data per day. You don't want to look at that. So after reconstruction and segmentation from the 3.2 terabyte, it became to get 5 terabyte of data. But in the end, if you have really the features you would like to have and some images, like for overview images, you have it in a few megabytes. So, and that's the point where you go from a high amount of data to a high amount of information. And that's these data pipelines. And these you need to describe very well, and you need to have it automated because no one would like to look at this amount of data. So what we did there, we generated a database-driven process. It's called CT processing net, where the measurement actually is, of course, stored on a network accessible place, put it that way. And the unique ID of the measurement is also in the database. And with this measurement process, we link a data processing pipeline. It means at the time of the measurement, you already know, okay, that's a potato tuber. And this potato tuber, after measurement, needs to be reconstructed with this kind of parameters, needs to be segmented and analyzed with another kind of parameters. And in the end, you would like to have results plotted in that way. So this is predefined. And at the time of the measurement, everything is linked to the database that you know, okay, that's my data processing pipeline. And I can rerun it and test it. And if I change it, I can rerun all the data sets again without manually searching what kind of file is located where and going crazy. And of course, this is not only doable for potato tubers. We use the same approach actually now for just changing the data pipeline actually. For here, that's a tomato root system. And depending on the plant and the analysis you would like to do, you also get other traits like here, length, biomass over depth, the diameter of different roots at different stages, the angle of your root system, the density of the root itself, and also how many soil-air interfaces do you have. Like if there are 2 plants in there, you have more junctions between the soil and the air as if you have only 1 in there. And another one is for cassava roots. That was another project we were running with the same idea, where we looked in the growth rate actually of cassava plants, of the storage root of cassava plants, and detecting where the plant is storing nutrients, and looking then at 3 different time points, like at the mean growth rate. You can distinguish what is fibrous root growth, what is storage root growth, and what is, if you disconnect the storage root, the root growth afterwards. Because what we now can do, of course, having the 3D information where a storage root is, we can disconnect the storage root and then see how this is altering the sugar transport within the plant. So this enables also new kind of or ways of asking questions. So now we discussed how we can go from like manual segmentation to a pipeline which can describe the whole data process. Now the next point is to automate the whole CT system. And what you see there is an image of a cabinet we have now in our place in Fürth, where we have a small demonstration system for 40 plants, which can grow in the back and then be transported to the system. But what is needed to go for an automated system? We need an actor to move the plant or to move the sensors. We need to have, of course, a CT sensor in this thing, and we need to think about safety. Because an X-ray system where you have like high ionizing radiation, you cannot just put somewhere in the middle of nowhere. You need to think about how to make it safe, that no one is in there during the measurement, and ensuring that also your automation is not harming anyone. And next to the actors you need to have, the sensors you need to have, you need for the phenotyping also to think about the scheduling. So when should a plant be measured? When should a plant be watered? How much light you would like to have? When the light should be on? And also what kind of temperatures or CO2 levels you need. So this is one part is for the pure automation, and that's typical if you look for automotive or sorting systems. You have a conveyor, you know how to move them around, you have like IDs for each individual part, but additionally to that, you have the whole thing of climate control, scheduling when to measure, what to measure, and also the watering. So in total, in the end, this looks a bit like that. We have in the back now conveyor belt system for storing all the plants, which is also climate controlled, where we can control CO2 levels, the humidity, where we can control how much light a plant is getting. And then we have a roll-up door in the middle. This is to shield actually just the controlled climate conditions from the sensor. And on the other side, in the front, we have our X-ray source. We have our detector. We have the turntable, which is integrated now in a conveyor that is automatically loaded by a conveyor and then can rotate the plant. And we have an irrigation system where we can regularly water the plant with a distinct amount of water. And in the front, of course, you need to have a barcode reader, because if you load it up, you need to link your where's my mouse here? You need to link your small carriers with the current plant you have, that the system knows at some stage this carrier with that ID carries that plant, which is this genotype, and which will then get this kind of treatment. And a control panel with some emergency stops, which are scattered around all the way to ensure also the safety. So that's how the whole automatic system now looks like. And yeah, now you can see also plants moving around in different stress conditions, actually being put on the rotation stage. And yeah, now you see that's kind of a mixture of conveyor systems, which are typically in horticulture, combined with sensor systems, which are for the non-destructive testing. However, in the end, you cannot build like a huge bunker somewhere and build a complete automation system in this bunker. Therefore, we went in the direction to build this kind of systems also. This is around 4 meters in height with movable doors, which you can integrate in a conveyor system, like from a breeder or at an existing phenotyping facility, and expand the possibilities. And there, actually, we go to about 16 to 32 gigabyte of raw data now per measurement in 7 to 15 minutes. So it's generating quite a lot of data, and there really you need to link that with the automated data processing. Now you have a system which is able to bring automatically pods to your sensor, which is ensuring that you keep track on what kind of plant is where and when it is measured. And you have a data pipeline which is able to analyze that. And now we can put all this together. So what we have here is something which is called material flow controller. This is a system which is only there to schedule what kind of plant needs to go where, like for watering or for measuring, and when. and talks also to all the PLCs, like all the hardware controllers, put it that way, that they act like they should to bring the plant with this identifier to the station where it needs to be at the time where it needs to be. So that's like for controlling the whole flow of plants within the system. Of course, it needs to also crosstalk then to our measurement system, the CT system, which is receiving from the material flow controller, like this kind of ID needs to be measured with that kind of parameters and analyzed with another set of parameters. And all that, in the end, will go to our data management controller, who is then linking all the metadata from the climate control, from the MFC that we know what kind of plant is where and when, with the data of the CT system, like which are controlling, is the measurement done well, was it correctly done, is there an error state, and also with the raw data on a server. So this data management controller links everything together, that in the end you're able to do for the visualization, get the information, okay, what is the root length for a distinct phenotype in a distinct environment. So that's the whole automation process in place with all the individual parts there. And now if you need to go for a automated plant phenotyping experiment, what you start is you plan your phenotyping experiment. Yeah. You say, okay, what are my climate conditions? How much water should my control get? How much water should my stress condition get? What is the light? What is the temperature I would like to have? How long is my day? How long is my night? And schedule how often you would like to scan each of the plants. And then, of course, you load your automation system. So you link for each of the carriers in your system a distinct plant in there, that they are combined together. Then you need to, of course, generate all the presets for your measurement that you know, okay, these are the measurement parameters, and also for the data processing. So you need to do this in advance. And then your material flow controller will send all the plants with their corresponding ID to the CT sensor, initiating the scan, and the data management controllers will then start the whole data pipeline running from the presets you have defined before. And in the end, what you will have is the results of your processing pipeline, of the automatic processing pipeline, linked to all your metadata like temperature, light, water, and all the machinery parameters. And with this automation process, you can really go from the raw data, bless you, until like information, knowledge building, because you can then ask all these questions, how a distinct variation of metadata will influence a root growth, for example, and give support decisions for like, the breeding or the research questions. So that was like the whole part of automation using conveyor belts. Just in the Outlook, it doesn't stop with root systems, because you can also do the same thing for looking at germinating processes, like looking over time, how will a seed germinate over time, or you use it for post-harvest analysis, when you will stick in all the ears and see how did the kernels develop. This is all using the same idea, having a standardized process, a standardized loading, and then just changing in the data management pipeline actually the analysis. This is all the controlled work, what we're doing, looking for seed quality control and root growth, but also what we're working on, bringing like X-ray robots into the field. So that's a more advanced thing, because if you look for radiation safety, you need to be very sure that there is no one around there. But what we built up there was a robotic system which is driving through the field and measuring really within the field like through a wheat plot here, and then doing a data fusion of the X-ray data with the metadata of the GPS, RTK GPS, to correct for speeds, and a LiDAR system to extract like plot height and width. And therefore we are able to non-destructively measure kernel biomass on a wheat field without harvesting and threshing it. So that's also a nice thing to go further, because here you can in real high quality give a yield approximation of what is interesting for the breeder, and not to give like a pure height correlation to biomass. And of course, as mentioned in the beginning, we are not only working with X-ray sensors, we have other applications in the area of 3D optical point cloud analysis and modeling their leaf growth, and introducing in RGB point cloud a leaf model that we are extracting out of this again parameters of value and reducing, actually the data mass. And also going for drone technologies to extract, for example, cherries from a cherry tree, and go for phenotyping in this direction. As discussed always, the idea is to go from sensor data to decision, and also here we are using an optical sensor system which is sensing with a camera where a plant is and what is wheat, and doing like a mechanical weeding. So a robot is driving over the field, detecting that this is a plant and this is wheat, and is removing the wheat mechanically. So that's also using robots or robotic actors system to have sustainable field management without using a lot of herbicides, for example. Good. Now it's, as a conclusion, because I'm looking at the time, as I mentioned already, what I learned, plants are nasty. So if you ever ask yourself in a data automation or pipelining, could this ever happen? The answer is yes. So if you think for AI analysis, you need a lot of data to have all the relevant features of a plant, and it's not that easy to say automatically extraction of plant features. That's what I learned the hard way. Also, time matters. So we need to think always, and that's why we need to go for automatic conveyor system, automatic data processing. We need to think of throughput. It doesn't matter if we have one plant analyzed. We need to have hundreds of them to have the relevant phenotypes seen, actually. And also the time of measurement matters. So it is important when to measure, when after watering, when after switching on light, because all this has influences. And as you also seen, and also nice to see a lot of different disciplines here, the automation in phenotyping is really a highly interdisciplinary task. So you need to cross-task between mechanical engineering. You have to have PLC programmers in place which know what to look for, what could go wrong. You have to have the whole informatics and data analytics in place, and you need to have a crosstalk between biology and also physics and mathematics, because otherwise you will solely solve individual parts but not can answer for the whole system. And I think that's a huge potential going in this direction to deal with the current and future challenges we have in terms of social challenges which will occur due to the climate change, and also for the plant breeding, and helping there to speed up the decision making and also support the management decision when to put on fertilizers, what kind of pesticides to use, what kind of herbicides is needed. That helps for the plant phenotyping. And altogether, what I think we can sum up is we need to have here the interdisciplinary efforts, and therefore I really enjoy having this group of interdisciplinary students, postdocs, persons here in that room, yeah, to link this even further to be able to move faster in future. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Stefan, for the presentation. So if you have questions in the audience, I will go through, and if there are some questions online, so we alternate. Yeah. At the moment, no question online. Please.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. You talked a lot about chemical and physical needs of plants. Have you integrated in your research the symbiotic relationship between like plants and other species like fungi, bacteria, worms? And how could this impact phenotyping or make me working with living sensor? And if not, because I suppose you're working in a lab environment and you want to control things, have you got example of other species that have appeared, and what did you do with them in your lab?
That's always a good question. Yeah. So, of course, there is a symbiotic relation to mycorrhiza, the name forgotten, microbiome. Thanks. No. And also to bacteria in the soil. That's currently also we are looking highly together with the Forschungszentrum Jülich there to see how we can look into that. But the point is, in our controlled environment, we don't want to have some bacteria floating around because they will completely change everything and you will not have a standardized set of parameters. So what we typically do there for the soil is that we steam the soil to sterilize it, knowing that we also destroy their things which are symbiotic for the plants. But not doing so resulted in having a lot of pests in controlled environment, and then the additional need to go for pesticides, which is also changing quite a lot. But the microbiome is there and is having symbiotic aspects. We sometimes see it in the nodulisation, for example, of soybeans. There we see still the formation of nodules in the soybean, which is also a symbiotic effect. But with the steaming and sterilization of the soil, you kill quite a lot of it. That's true.
Other question? Yeah.
Did you observe any changes of the plants by exposing them to X-rays?
Yeah, that's a question I get asked quite a lot. So up to now, we've seen not a change of the phenotype due to the X-ray. So there are different reports in literature that for different plants, they react differently to X-ray. However, we haven't seen a phenotypic change, like always going for looking at a control, also having a control which has never seen X-ray, and treating it exactly the same, we have not seen a change. What we cannot really statistically and stochastically analyze is if we generate mutations, because a typical effect is also mutation using radiation, and which is, by the way, no GMO. So you can completely fuck up the genome and not say it's a GMO. That's also what I learned. But this we cannot dissect because we don't have the tools there, and also looking for a stochastically effect. So actually, every photon we were receiving from outer space, we are receiving here from radioactive materials on Earth, could have the potential to alter or to mutate a DNA. How often this is occurring is very hard to describe, actually. So distinguishing between statistical effects of radiation, this you can do. Yeah, you can see how much radiation you need to apply until you destroy cell walls. And we tried that, and we tried it really hard. And what you see is plants are really good in repair mechanisms because they are opposed to sunlight the whole day. So they have RNA repair markers, they have repair mechanism in place to repair cell structural damages pretty fast. And trying to actually check that for X-ray, that's what we did. So we applied doses for X-ray where a human body would die within of 1 minute. So, and could not see, actually we were asked in the study where actually our control is. It was like, damn, that didn't work as well. But of course we used also Arabidopsis for that, which might be not the best organism because Arabidopsis just lives everywhere, as Christian is knowing. Outside everywhere.
On the
you will see
street,
it.
so front building, we see.
And therefore it might not be the best case, but we haven't seen an increase in RNA markers for repair mechanisms. So that, the statistical effect, that we could check. But the stochastical effect that we alter or mutate the DNA, we couldn't check, but we could see we are not changing the phenotype. And that's, for the phenotyping, was the most relevant thing. Of course, if we now would go into the next generation, we don't know, but also there we haven't seen that we changed it. But it's not that easy to distinguish it from the natural mutation occurring due to radiation always, all day.
But I think if you keep plants exposed or not exposed, and in the end you show that they have the same morphology.
Yeah, that's what we did.
Then your X-ray has no effect on the
phenotype.
the phenotype.
On the genome.
I'm not telling on the genome, but at least on the phenotype.
On the phenotype, no, we don't have there the effect. Yeah. But on the genome level,
And
it's not easy to answer.
how long they are exposed, these plants, when you scan them?
Typically between 7 and 15 minutes. And
Three times a week.
3 times a week. So quite often, quite regularly. And each scan has about the same dose as a human body scan would have. And no one would recommend you to do a full body CT scan 3 times a week. So for a human body, we are much more fragile as a plant is. So we don't have the repair mechanisms, and we would suffer hard.
But here it's only roots, not the rest of the body.
Yeah,
Feet,
maybe the feet.
legs. Other question? No? Still online? There is no? Okay.
To get your motivation right, I was not sure throughout the presentation. So the idea is to get to know which parameters you change and what the outcome will be or the effect will be on the phenotype, to implement that on a level of like agriculture, or
more on
what's
the breeding,
idea?
more on the breeding level in terms of seeing what kind of phenotypic variation we can achieve in a distant climate scenario, and then leverage from that in the further breeding to have faster changes in plants observable, small changes, which are relevant then in a breeding pipeline.
Okay, so for the industry that breeds the
New varieties.
seeds.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, thanks.
Question? No? Which is the tool of tomorrow?
The tool
You
of
think-
tomorrow.
Yes.
Tool of tomorrow, of course, having technology which enables us to see root growth in soil in the field. That's the next big step.
Do you think it will happen?
Currently, it's on a long way, put it that way, because we cannot just go with X-ray in the field. As you have seen, you need to have the detector on the other side of the plant. And if you think of a field, you cannot go on the other side. So that's not the technology for this. But we're observing and seeing if we can go for different kind of ground penetrating radar systems, different types of inductivity measurements to see if we can detect water withhold in the soil, which is more or less correlated with where roots are of plants. But that's on our technology pipeline long way ago. But that's, I think, a big next step, because when we see an effect in a controlled environment, it's good to know that there's the potential of a plant to react like that. But if it will show the same effect in the field, that's another story.
Very last question. What did you learn about the biologist community of biologists, coming from the physics
From the physics
field?
biology is very open to technology. That's what I learned, actually. They're fascinated about it, but it is a lot of learn to speak together. So my first years, you sometimes talk about exactly the same, and you don't realize it. And then really going into the discussion and learning what kind of vocabulary, disciplinary vocabulary actually, they're using for what kind of things is hard. But that's needed, and that's very much for all interdisciplinary work needed to be able to speak about the same and talk together. But then you find fascinating questions which are really challenging, and putting efforts together, that's the way to go for.
Thank you, Stefan. So
Thank
we
you.
can upload one more time. And with this, we are closing the session this morning. So we resume at 2 p.m. So if you are online, so have a nice lunch, and we see you soon. Bye-bye.
So, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this new set of seminars of the BrIAS Thursdays. So, it's a pleasure to have you here once more, and it is a pleasure for me to invite to present our first speaker, who's Fabrizio Dabbene from the CNR in Torino. Fabrizio is, so actually he told me, please be short in the presentation, so of course I will not be short. Let me say very shortly that he is a person really in view in the world of control in Italy, in Europe, and internationally. Is someone that when I started my career as a scientist, as a research scientist in automatic control, I was looking to as one of the examples to follow, and it's really a pleasure for me to have him here as a BrIAS fellow and to introduce him for this talk. So shall I be short or shall I continue?
You go. No, it's perfect.
Okay, then I can stop. I see you understood the logic here, and I leave you the podium for your talk.
So again, thank you, Emanuele. Actually, this is my second talk here. So in the first talk was at the beginning of my staying, and I thanks a lot Emanuele and everybody for the experience, but I basically didn't know what was expecting me. Now this is my second to last day, and so I know what was expected, what I had to expect, and I have to say that I'm even more thankful because it was a really, really nice experience. I enjoyed it. It's a very friendly atmosphere. This program gives the possibility to meet a lot of interesting people, have interesting talks in a very, very friendly atmosphere. And the only thing I sort of regret that I saw this building for the first time, and I'm sure that next year it will be even better because this is really a nice building and a nice atmosphere. So regarding the fact that this is my second talk, maybe somebody follow my first talk where I was sold as an expert in robotics in agriculture. Today I'm talking about AI, so you will think this guy knows everything. I don't know anything. I just have the chance to work with people who know what they are doing. And this is my group. And a lot of people, so I am the old guy, and these are the youngest guys who are working for me. And I'm very fortunate because in my group they are very good experts in trustworthy AI. So most of the material, especially in the first part of this talk, is just copied. I just asked them, send me please some good material, and so I will be just representing this material. And of course, another key player in this talk is my friend, our friend Teodoro Alamo, he is an expert in machine learning, and most of the work that will be presented today comes from his mind and his ideas that are always working and always. So, topic of this talk is trustworthy AI, but thinking about this talk and looking at the material. Okay, this is something that I forgot. These are the main players around my group who worked on this, but everybody else is sort of involved. So, first thing I would like to discuss today comes from the fact that I found this nice material actually on the sustainability of AI. So the topic of this all year is robotics sustainable? What is robotic meetings the sustainable goal of the European Union? And it turns out that more or less AI is the mind inside the robot. So the question that I will try to answer today in the first part of my talk is exactly this. Is AI an enabler or an obstacle to sustainability? And by sustainability, I intend exactly the sustainable goals, sustainable development goals of the EU. I don't have to explain this, you know this better than me. I mean, here in Brussels, you see this everywhere. And I was coming out from the train station, there was a big poster with this picture. So you know this picture much better than me. And this part, the first part of this talk is basically based on this paper on nature communication that exactly try to answer these questions, going through the literature, going through the data, and trying and looking for every goal of the 17 sustainable development goals, let me call SDG of the European Union. What is the impact, positive or negative, of AI? And it turns out that mostly of the impact is positive. So 79% of the goals have a positive impact from AI. So there is a documented evidence that the potential of AI of acting as an enabler for each of these goals. So you see that they divide into the three main pillars: society, economy, environment, and all of those have positive impacts. Example of positive impact is the fact that AI may support the provision of food, health, water, and energy services. Circular economy, smart cities can benefit from the employment of AI. Smart, low-carbon cities, variable renewable energy. So there are a lot of positive impacts, but there are also negative impacts. And maybe I will spend more time on this, but not because I don't trust AI, but because this is where we have to work more. And more or less 1/3 of the sustainable goal SDG are impacted negatively. For instance, we all know that training an AI costs more than using 5 cars. This is kind of digits that you have. If you want to train some automatic system, you need a lot of power, so carbonization. So you have an impact both on the environment and both on the society. And so in general, big data facilities have a very high energy requirement and a very high carbon footprint. And so we need to work towards green growth for ICT technologies and for ICT technologies. Of course, there is an impact on the job, on the society, and the fact that to work on AI, you need additional qualification requirements. But the most and moreover, AI are developed in some countries, and in somehow the way they're developed is based on the needs and the values of those nations which are developed AI. So you may have really imbalance in this. And more general, the main problem but I'm telling something that all you know is that AI can be used in some malicious way. We know about bots working over the internet, trying to drive opinions in given directions. And the main problem, I think the main problem that everybody knows is the lack of diversity in data set. So this goes back to what I showed you in the preview, the fact that when you are training AI, you're using a database, and if the database is not balanced, the AI will give you unbalanced answers. So machine learning is uncritical. It doesn't put any critical judgment on what you give. It just learns the data. And so, for instance, it can learn the stereotypes that are embedded in the data. And this is a problem that comes out in many different situations. For instance, when you have facial recognition, that's the typical one. For instance, you know the automatic detection of closed eye in cameras. The first one, they were not detecting Asian people. They were saying that they had their eyes closed every time. So that was like a very stupid example, but this is more interesting. If you look at, and there is this nice work by the MIT Media Lab called Gender Shades. If you go there, you see they use the free, most used and available commercial software for face recognition. So Microsoft Face and IBM. They work very well in total. So if you look at the total database, you have 97% of success. But if you cluster between different types, like dark male, dark female, light male, light female, you immediately see that something is very wrong. So you have, for instance, the IBM database has a 65% of success for dark female. Remember that 50% is just random choice. So I don't know, I say face or not face. So really low. Against something around 100% for white male. So this is really something that comes from the data, from how you train your network. The network just learns what you see. So there are, of course, ways to balance the data set, either retraining, reconstructing the data set so it's more balanced, or telling your network that it has to take into account this imbalance, like clustering the data and everything. So, and this was, let's say, my first part of the talk. I wanted to have something lighter, but at the end of this period, since at the end of the day I am a control guy and an applied, we like, myself and Emanuele, we talk about math a lot of time. The second part of my talk will have some math, and okay, if I know that some of you will be disappointed, but maybe someone will be happy of that. At least I know that one person will be happy of this. So the main message that comes from this is we want an AI that we can trust. So this is one of the reason I chose this to talk about this today. I was talking with a lot of people. Microphone. I was talking with a lot of people, a lot of other BrIAS fellows, and we were discussing about AI and about the fact that, okay, I can use my AI in my, oh, that's a nice picture. I can use my AI in my work, but how can I be sure that the decision that AI makes are the right one? So when the AI says cross the intersection or stop the intersection, why it is decided this? So can I interpret AI, and is it saying that with some certainty, or is just a guess? So can we find a way to define how an AI can be trustworthy? And this is one of the main problems that sort of challenges the use of AI in real life. So do you want an AI drive your airplane? Yes, but if I can, I'm sure that what she's doing, that's another bias. I don't know why. I was talking about AI driving and I said she. So this is something that I should be very careful. We inherit bias from our society, unfortunately. So, European Union, aerospace companies, they have been working on defining how we can trust an AI. And so this is, for instance, from the European Union document, Ethics Guidelines for Trustworthy AI. They say technical robustness and safety. AI systems need to be resilient and secure. They need to be safe. So we want to design safe AI. How can we do that? How can AI can be trustworthy? Okay, you can go browse the internet and you will find several definitions, several principles that define what a trustworthy AI shall be. And this is sort of my personal idea. So these are the 5 pillars of a trustworthy AI. And I would say that in my group, we are considering 2 of them, but let's go through them. So first of all, we all know this example that you are training AI with a panda, and then you add a little noise, and the AI will tell you that it is not a panda anymore, it's a gibbon. So we want the AI system to prevent this kind of consequence. So prevent biases and minimize risks. We want the AI to be secure, and with security I mean that the data that I feed is securely treated. There is, and this is where I think we are in a better shape, because security in AI is something that with the GDPR is well treated. They should be fair, ethically fair. The example that I gave you before was something that was clear and fair. This is another example that if you use the ML-Kit API of Google and you feed it these 2 images, these are very small, but this is just a handling a thermometer. If the hand is black, it tells you a gun. If a hand is white, it tells you a thermometer. So this is something which is clearly unfair. Should be understandable. This is something very important. So to trust AI, I should sort of understand why it is making some decisions. So AI is just a black box that I click and it tells me safe, non-safe. It tells me red or green. If I knew why this is, what are the features that motivated such decision, this would be important. This is a large topic of research. There are people working on this. In my group, there are people working on explainable AI. So AI whose decision can be explained by formulas, by logic formulas. And of course, it should be reliable. They should be have, as you expected, producing solid results. And in my group and in this talk, we are mainly focusing in these 2 points, safety and explainability. And today I will focus especially on safety. So, what I mean by safe AI? Let's say that I have a classifier, an AI that you feed some data, some medical data, and it has to tell you sick, not sick, COVID, not COVID. And of course, I would like to say that when it tells me you are not sick, this is something that I can believe, I can trust. So I would like that the safe region is really provably safe. How can I say provably safe? This is the subject of what I'm discussing today. Or, again, a crossing, is it, can I cross the road? I cannot cross the road. So yellow is not safe. You should stop. And I'm focusing not on the red area, but on, let's say that I focus on the safe area. I want to have some guarantees on the safe area. When I say that something is safe, I want to say, okay, I say that this is safe and I'm confident in that. The data is telling me that confidently, when I will see new data, I will perform in the right way. And notice that, this is more general than this. I mean, let's say that we usually talk about safety, but sometimes the data that you're interested in is, like, assume that you have something that, an automatic assistant that tells you that your computer has a virus or not. So you would like to say your computer to freeze only when you're sure that there is a virus. So avoid the false positive. In this case, the safety and safety region can be sort of switched. But let's say, for the sake of understanding, safe has the meaning of safe, of something that I want to be guaranteed. So my question is, can we design safe classifiers? So there are several techniques, several methods. There are methods that try to provide some safety guarantee in a deterministic way. What I will concentrate today is something that will give me probabilistic guarantees. So the idea is to take a classifier that is already there. When you design a classifier, usually it's hard to design a priori classifier with given guarantees. So a classifier that will tell you that the safe is safe with such a probability, 99.9%. So let's say that you have a classifier that you design in your best way. Can we modify, slightly modify this classifier to provide some safety guarantees? So if I'm asking this question, it's because from my point of view, the answer is yes. And the tool is proper calibration. So what is calibration? Calibration is using an additional set of labeled data. So this doesn't come for free. You need additional set of labeled data. And you use this additional set to modify somehow your classifier. This is a classical idea, sort of. There are many techniques. What I will try to sell you today is one very simple technique that we came up with. So, where we are here, we have points. The red points are unsafe, the blue points are safe. Let's say that I design my SVM, so you may even don't look at the formulas. It's a binary classifier. I have a function that if it's less than 0, I have +1. If it is greater than 0, I have 1. In this case, the function is just a line. But then you can complicate things. But let's say that you have a line. The green is the area that I will say, I'm okay with the microphone, it's safe. So unsafe and safe. So what is the problem? That when I design my classifier, I have a lot of red points inside the safe area. This is something that I don't know. So what I would like to do is to change and sort of find a new classifier that avoids this problem. So how can I define a safe region in this sense? A safe region that I call S epsilon. Epsilon is the level of risk that I'm admitting. Is a region where you have this property, which in words says that you have a small property of seeing bad points in the area. -1 are the unsafe points. So the probability of seeing a -1 in my area is, how can I design this? I need a calibration set. So NC new points that I haven't seen, NC and calibration points with the right label. And the tool that I will use is, we called it scalable classifier. The idea is really very simple. this is my classifier. What can I do? I can move it. So I can scale, if you want, the region, the green region. I can move these, keep the classifier, just simply translate it, sort of rigidly rescale it. So I don't need retraining, it's fast, comfortable, and easy. There is a drawback. I mean, if I'm not careful, I can end up with a very small region, like in this case. Okay, this says that it's safe, but it's a classifier that may be really not very useful, because it's always say, okay, don't cross the road, and you will stay there waiting for the green light. So what is the idea of a scalable classifier? It's just a classifier where you add a parameter, this parameter rho. This parameter rho is sort of measures how you increase, and what we ask is that if you increase rho, you increase the function. You increase the function. And what happens? It happens that for each point, let's say that if I look at this green point over there, you can find a value of rho such that the region, the green region, just touches this point. So the boundary of the region is moved to this point. If it was a line, it's just that the line coincides with the point. And when you do this, all the points outside this region will be deemed unsafe. So this is a very simple thing to do. You have your classifier, you give it a point, and you find the radius that gives, makes the classifier touch exactly this point. And you can take most of normal classifier that you have in the literature, SVM, SVDD, logistic regression, but even neural networks, and you can sort of scalabilize, make them scalable. No, I don't think there is such a word. And in some cases, okay, I give you a spoiler. One way to do this is just to add a row to the function. So it's really easy. You just add a row. But this is not the only way. If you see in SVDD, we have something which is, in logistic regression, you can have something which is more complicated. This is still a scalable classifier. So first, it's very general, because I take any classifier, I just add a row on the function, and it's sort of, you can play with them. And you see that now that changing row, you are changing the area. So this is for an SVM, this is for an SVDD, and this is for a logistic regression. You see that you sort of shape this area with the choice of row. So the question is, how can we choose rho? Given epsilon, how can we choose rho in such a way that I have the guarantee? So I have that the region contained, defined by the scalable classifier, is a safe region. So first of all, the first step is to define the so-called safe set. The safe set is given a row, the set of all points which are classified +1, so which are classified safe. And this is exactly like this. And what happens is that if I take row 1, I have this one. If I take a larger radius, I have another one, and so on and so forth. So this is something that I can skip, because it's just exactly what I said, that you can always build a classifier just adding a row to your normal classifier. So, and this is, okay, here we come to how do you construct this. You take your calibration set, you take inside your calibration set the unsafe points. For each unsafe point, you can compute the radius such that your classifier touches exactly the point. This is a number. You take these numbers, this radius, you can put them in order. There will be a larger one and a smaller one. And you take not the max, but what we call the R max. So the Rth max. If it's 17, 15 13, 11, and r is equal to 3, I take 13, the third one. And we have this technical result that if you give me an epsilon and a delta, you can prove that if you take enough samples in your calibration set, then this rho epsilon, which is the R max, will provide you a safe set with some confidence delta. So you give me epsilon, you give me delta, and I can give you R, and I can give you this set. So I can just change my classifier to have a new classifier that has the guaranteed properties, and such that the set of points that are deemed safe, they will be, you will have a guarantee that in this set there will be no unsafe points, which is more or less what I'm looking at for. Okay, so what you get is exactly the same picture that you had before, but now you have this scale here. The scale here is telling you how safe your region is. Of course, the safer you want your region, the smaller it will be. If you want the safety to be 99.99% of the point, you will consider safe only those points which are really far from the boundary, which is perfectly reasonable because you are very far from the unsafe region. If you allow more unsafety, you can enlarge these points. Then you can play with this. You can, you see that I always had a parameter theta, which is the designer parameter of the classifier. You can also design somehow those, but I will skip this. But when we go through an example, this is an example of a collision. This is an example of a trail of cars, and you want to avoid collisions between. The first one brakes, and you want all the car to be distant enough and slow enough not to collide with the car in front of you. And actually, this that you see in green and in blue is the actual probability of collision when you are inside the safe set for different values of epsilon. And you see that this probability is always below the one that we pose as required. So you have the required guarantee. Okay, something is going up because you have this delta, which is the second parameter. As I say, sometimes you can go wrong, but this delta can be, you can play with this, and the delta goes into the logarithm here, so you can have very, very small delta without increasing the number of samples a lot. Okay, is this really new, or we are just, as we say in Italy, discovering hot water? Maybe something in the middle, because actually the idea of calibration is surely not new, and one series of algorithms, of techniques that are using this technique, and this is something that I wanted to talk about, because when I discovered this, I said, wow, this is really nice. This is, and this, I don't know how many of you are familiar with the concept of conformal prediction. Conformal prediction is a technique very similar. So the idea is, again, you take a classifier, you had a classifier. Let's say you design a classifier that, given a photo, it gives you a softmax probability of being a squirrel, being a cat, being a dog, being okay, you can redesign. So start from this classifier and design a new classifier that will not give you a single answer. Okay, this is a dog, this is a squirrel, but it give you a set of possible answers, all those answers which are compatible with the probabilistic level that you give. Let's say that you want 99.9%, and depending on the image you see, here this is very clear, the conformal predictor will say this is a fox squirrel for sure. Here they say, okay, this is a fox squirrel, maybe I got a fox, maybe it's a bucket, because there is also a bucket. And here they say, okay, it's a marmot, it's a fox squirrel, it's a mink. So the set can be larger or smaller depending on how the AI is sort of confident with its answer. This is very important because when you fix a probability, you are sort of an AI that is not telling you, maybe here it will tell you that it's a marmot for sure, here is a fox squirrel for sure, but maybe they will tell you the wrong answer as sure. Here it will tell you what maybe a human will tell. I'm not sure. It could be an airplane, it could be Superman. I don't know. It's too far. So how do you design a conformal predictor? More or less in the same way. So you start with a calibration set, and you design a new classifier that, given X, will give you not anymore Y, but a set of possible Y. So this C epsilon of X is a set of possible Y. And the so-called conformal coverage will tell you that the probability that the true label is inside the labels that I don't know the true label, but the true label is inside the labels that I'm giving you, squirrel, marmot, bucket. It's greater than or equal to 1 minus epsilon. So it's exactly, you have again this epsilon thing. How do you construct a conformal predictor? You need a so-called score function, a function that will tell you, will score a couple of an X and a label. So I give a set of features and a label, and I can score it. And the score is larger the less you are confident in this label. So if you really believe that the label is good, you will give us a low score, otherwise, so it's a non-conformity score, it's called. So how the label is conformal to your data. So you can, so how do you design the score function? This is the problem of conformal prediction. You can choose any score function as long as it satisfies this property. Then what do? You take your calibration set, and for every point, every couple in the calibration set, you compute the score. Then, among all these scores, you take, given epsilon, you take this epsilon quantile. So it's like, you see that we are doing more or less the same thing. You take all the scores, you put them in order, and then you take the quantile relative to epsilon, the quantile relative to epsilon. And that's what you call S epsilon. And then when you see a new image, you will just choose all possible labels. Okay, in this case, if you are binary, you have two labels. And for all labels, you compute the score relative to this label. See, if it is smaller than the S epsilon, so this quantile, then you put the label, because it's more, sort of more conformal the epsilon quantile of all the labels that you saw from the true set. And so, in some cases, you will have 1 point. If you have binary, you can have the 0 set, the set so you can have -1, +1, or -1 + 1. So if it is the empty set, is basically the predictor say, I don't know what to say. In the other case, if it is +1, -1, I say it can be both. Both are probable. So, is there a link between the first part of my the first part of the second part of my talk and the second part of the second part of my talk. Yes, there is. And the link is the fact that if you have a scalable classifier, you have a very simple way to define a score function. And the way you define this score function is just this. Remember what is rho bar? Rho bar is the value of rho that touches the boundary, so that the boundary touches your x. Y is the candidate label. You define the score in such a way. And if you can prove that this is a score, and moreover, so this is, for instance, the score in the case of SVDD. You see, is just the point where you touch the boundary. And this is a scalable classifier. This is the score function for a scalable classifier. So first, you can easily define a score function. Then for a scalable classifier, or actually for any classifier, you can, let's say that you have a conformal predictor. So you design a conformal predictor that gives you a set. So from this conformal predictor, can you define some sort of safe set? So without knowing how to read and how to write, as we say in Italy, you can say, I will say that the safe set is the set of all points for which my conformal predictor will tell me that it's safe and only safe. So it will give me only +1. If it tells me +1, -1, I don't know if it gives me -1 for sure. So, and what it happens, you see here, is that if epsilon is very small, you will have this set, the green point here. These are the points where, the green points are the points that have the label -1 and not the label the labels +1 and not the labels -1. The red points are those who have only the label -1. The yellow points in the middle are those which the classifier doesn't know. And of course, the smaller is epsilon, the larger is this gray yellow area where the classifier doesn't know. So it turns out that these two things are sort of related, and the relationship between these two things is just exactly this one, that you can relate the rho of the scalable classifier of the S of the quantile of the conformal predictor. And this is exactly what happens, and this is more or less the end of my talk. And yes, I wanted to stay in 35 minutes, as I'm already late. So let's have a slide on future direction, which is something we are working on. We have this other formulation of probabilistic safe region. So we are trying to find the right formulation of probabilistic safe region. We are not there yet. This one is maybe better, but I think that the boundary of the number of formulas that I was allowed to show, the formulas that I was allowed to show has already been passed. So I think this concludes my talk. Yesterday I was talking with Emanuele. I said I'm only missing the thanks slides. I just realized that I didn't do that. So that's my thanks slides. And but I can say, this I can say without slides. Thank you very much. And thank you, Emanuele. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, so we have time for a question. I've seen Paolo that was already very willing to make questions even before the finishing. Okay, so I leave him directly the microphone so that he can go on with his questions.
Okay, now I'm scared.
No. Don't be scared. So thank you. It's very interesting.
Thank you.
I guess you are familiar with pack learning.
Yeah.
This reminds me a lot of this approach.
I can tell you these bounds are pack learning bounds. So the bounds that we use, this bound here, if you are familiar, this is a pack learning bound.
So this is the sample complexity of your problem. This NC is the number of points you need to achieve that confidence, correct?
Exactly.
Right.
This is exactly the sample complexity.
Right, right. And so I have a question about the algorithm that you use to adjust this confidence. How fast is this, number one? And second, what does the program need to know of these safe points, unsafe points? Do you already need to know where they are? The goals, like the hidden assumptions behind the program. That's
okay. No, actually, so I think that I can translate your question in what's the catch? Yeah, yeah. So the only thing you need. Okay, first of all, yes, this is exactly pack learning. These bounds are exactly the sample complexity bounds. They are more or less a little bit better than the classical pack learning bounds, because usually in those bounds you have an epsilon squared and at the bottom, so it scales better with respect to epsilon. What do you need to know? How fast is the algorithm? It's really fast, because I mean, for classical classifier you have just to set to 0 one, so you can compute it very fast, order very fast. And the catch is that this number can be very large. So that's the catch. If you want epsilon to be small, and can be in the 1,000. So if your problem is something where you can have a lot of data, this is something you can do. If the problem you have a few data, you can still do that. You will have some guarantee, but the guarantee can be very coarse because you don't have much data. But that's something, I mean, you are familiar. When you try to apply pack learning to neural networks, you say, oh, that's nice, that's exactly what I want. And then you start saying, okay, give me 1 million data. And say, if I had 1 million data, I would be rich. So that's exactly the case.
So we have another question from Frank.
Thank you. The concept of safety depends in the public on the field. I take driving a car. We all know that statistically we'll have a few hundred casualties in Belgium a year. And if you can do 50% better using AI, this would be wonderful.
Exactly.
But in the field of aeronautics, which you mentioned, one accident is too much.
That's
And I know in another field in which one accident is too much, in which I know it's nuclear energy, a nuclear power plant.
That's even worse.
Yeah. My question is, the methodology you describe, I guess, can equally be applied to AI in driving a nuclear power plant. May be very difficult because it won't be accepted probably by the safety organizations. Now, my question is, do you know people working in the applications of AI in fields in which zero accident, 100% safety is really a public requirement?
Okay, this is a perfect question because that's exactly the point. In some sense, the safety probability is exactly this epsilon, that if you choose epsilon very, very small, you will have something that has a high probability of success, but most probably AI won't work anymore because it will basically tell you don't do anything. So at least as soon as you move a little bit closer to an unsafe region, it will stop. Regarding, I don't know much about nuclear plants, and I can imagine the level of risk that one doesn't want to accept. Regarding aerospace, this guy here, Maurizio Mongelli, is working a lot with EASA, where they are just trying to find a way to do that. They've been working a lot on that, because actually this is something that is going on. So implementing AI in airplanes is something that is starting to appear. Of course, maybe not driving the airplane, maybe taking some secondary problems where the failure doesn't mean the airplane goes down. So, but this is a really important problem, and they are still discussing a lot, and I don't know if they have. But this is both in AI and in aerospace. This is something that they are really working on. So this is one of the key. I don't know much. If you want, I can make in contact with Maurizio. He knows a lot.
Okay, so we have another question from Paolo, who was very willing to go for it.
Oh, I'm happy. So that's what I was saying about the atmosphere that I like.
Thanks. So initially you said, I have a classifier, and I acquire a set of good data to evaluate the data I already have. And you said this does come with a price. Can you comment on that? So how do you, in example, how do you acquire the data and so on?
Okay, you have to, as you know, data is the most important, the most precious thing that we have. And we always talk about data deluge, but when we try to design a classifier in practice, we usually don't have so much data. So you have to use data very carefully. So if you have some data, one thing that you could do is, instead of dividing your set of data in two parts, so the classical training set and test set, you divide it in three parts. So you have some set for training, some set for calibrating, and some set for testing. Of course, you will have a worse classifier because you're training with less data, but then you will sort of adapt it seeing unseen data. So that's the price. But sometimes what happens is that you are designing a classifier, then you want to apply this classifier to a new framework, which is more sort of what they call, there is a name, I mean, you will know that. In this case, maybe you can use the new data. Yes, you can use the new data just to recalibrate your classifier. So your classifier more or less is doing your job, but let's say that the density, the distribution of the data that he has to work on is different from the one where it was trained. So instead of retraining it, you just recalibrate it, see a new set of. This is the idea of calibration. So you take the same classifier and I think it's a neat idea. And of course, you have this price that if you have 1,000 points, you maybe use 500 for then how to divide this is something. You can imagine there is a lot of, you can sort of split and then mix and then do again, all these kind of things.
So we have another question for Gerth.
Yeah, thank you. I really enjoyed the talk, and I enjoyed the introduction and motivation of it quite much. Thank you for that. Regarding the first part of your presentation, you also said, the key focus was on safety aspects. So how to design your classifier so that it is safe, or at least it knows how safe it is. Can you also comment on the explainability aspects of it? Because you also mentioned you focus on explainability. So.
Okay, this is very important. This is very important. If you look at this guy here, at the end you will have a classifier where you have a function, and you evaluate the function, and it will tell you yes or no. But you don't know much about this function. And this is sort of okay when you have like a SVM or something like this where the function is simple. But if you have a convolutional neural network with 100 layers and millions of parameters, it will work very well. I mean, we can do everything with this, but why is doing that? Can we have an explanation? This is something, this is a very important point, and there are two ways. There are ways to take some already designed AI and sort of trying to interpret what it's doing, just to find a way, or what we are working in our group. okay, I forget one person to put, which is the most important person, but because he founded his own company, so he's working still with me, but 90% of the time he's working on a company. It's called Rulex, R-U-L-E-X, and this company sells explainable AI. So let's say that you will have a classifier. The classifier will tell you if x1 is less than 3 and x2 is greater than 5, and so you have a logic formula, then it's safe, otherwise it's unsafe. So the classifier works as a classifier, but it explains you why. Then maybe you have 2 pages of logic formula, so you can say, okay, is it really explainable, or is just shaking his hand? But from a formal viewpoint, you can say, okay, I have an explanation why it is doing this choice. And this is most important because you can see, for instance, if one of the parameters is the color of your skin, you can see how this goes through the decision. So how this is weighted in the decision. And this is very important to know, because if you know this, you know maybe why it is making the wrong decision, and you can know how to change it.
Okay, a last question.
Thanks. Yeah, you just mentioned the parameter of the color of the skin in the graphs that we saw with X and Y. Was it, are those like the parameters? So you have always like, or you chose 2 parameters in,
no,
in that,
X are all the parameters. X is a vector, X1, X2, X3.
Okay, and could there be like a 3rd dimension, or am I?
Yeah, they can be n-dimensional. X.
Okay. And did you try that, or is it getting too
No,
complex?
in all these works for X n-dimensional. So this
okay.
Here I was here. Okay, here I had 2 dimensions and the label, but this is n-dimensional in general, and it works for n-dimensional. This is not an issue. So the fact that you can have many dimensions.
You thought it was the last question, but I was pulling you a trick. There is another one.
So thank you for the talk and also the remark about the safety. If you say, okay, we want to have 100% safety, it would mean driving epsilon to 0. However, the discussion about this is not if AI could give us 100% safety. If the discussion should be more if AI could be more reliable than decisions from a human. And I think the biggest issue here is actually, for humans, we can say, oh, that was a human error, and we have someone to blame.
Yeah.
And because otherwise, if you're talking about 100% safety, we'll never have it. Also in aerospace, we don't have it. Also in nuclear power plants, we don't have it because we've seen accidents. But we always could say, oh, that was a human error. And that's accepted.
That's a very good point. That's a very,
but for
very
AI,
good
it's kind of not accepted. And there we, I think, should have more discussions what is accepted for safety margins and what is not accepted. Okay. So that was more a comment and not a
No, that was a very nice comment, and I agree 100%. This is the point that when you have a human, you can say, okay, it's like everything is under the assumption that the human never makes a mistake, but the human is the first one that makes a mistake. And most of the time when the AI is making a mistake, it's just copying the mistake of the human, like the video that I was showing at the beginning. So that's exactly the kind of comment. So thank you. Yeah.
So it's very nice that we arrived to that, because we will speak exactly of this theme next week in the conference on War and Peace and Robotics. In the second day, there will be a series of talks on legal responsibility in autonomous weapon systems, and there actually the problem is exactly that. So humans make mistake in peace like in war. Machine make mistakes, but in case of a human mistake, there is a legal accountability, and in case of an algorithm, who is accountable? And this is a major, we can say, philosophical legal thing, and there will be speakers much more qualified than me
And
that,
than me for sure.
that will speak about this. So in case you have not yet enrolled to the forum, I strongly invite you to enroll and come to this event. Now, with this said, I want to thank again Fabrizio for this talk, for the various talks, but much more important for his contribution in this time that is spent here at BrIAS, speaking with me a lot, writing strange formulas on blackboards for hours, and the same with many of the researchers. This is really in the spirit of BrIAS. Yes. We are sorry that you are leaving in a few days, but we know that you will come back.
Yeah, and I know that I can come here whenever I want.
So, this said, I thank again Fabrizio. Let's go for a round of applause. And I strongly suggest to go for a coffee before we go to the next talk. Okay, so welcome back. We had a coffee, and I hope also the people at home had a coffee too. And it's my pleasure to introduce our second speaker, that is Ajang Moon. Did I pronounce it well?
Perfect.
Great. So Ajang has joined us as a BrIAS fellow a few days ago. So Fabrizio is leaving in a few days. She will stay with us for a longer time. And since we wanted to be mean with her, we booked her for 3 talks in a little bit more than 1 week. So we will have you...
That's not what everybody did, what? I thought that was expected.
So we are very, very happy to have her with us. So she is a professor of robotics at McGill. And she has a lot of things to say, and that's the reason why we gave her 3 talks in a very short time. So she will be today with us, she will be tomorrow with us too, and next week she will be one of the speakers on the ethical aspects of war and peace. So I will not continue because I still have to say something else to say about you in the next 2 events, and I will leave you the stage.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for having me as part of this BrIAS program. I think it's really a wonderful program, and really happy to be able to spend a longer, extended amount of time in this beautiful city. I don't get that chance every day, so very, 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 very happy to be here. Thank you for that introduction as well. I'm happy to talk a lot more. Somebody told me that this particular senior fellows talk does not have a time limit, so I can talk as long as I'd like. I won't do that because I can do that forever. So I will spare you the ramble, so to speak. Today, I thought I would touch on a topic that is a little bit more exploratory in terms of my research direction, but something that I would love to have more of the collective intelligence, so to speak, to try and address in terms of the problem. I've put together a title that is perhaps a little controversial: Sustainable Relationship, in quotes, with Interactive Robots. Is there any robot ethicists in the room? No? Okay, all right, great. Because if I were to say, okay, sustainable relationship with robots, most people already think, oh, she's going to talk about sex robots or something controversial. That's not necessarily what we're going to be talking about today. So I'll contextualize in a little bit. Just a little bit about me. I run a small lab at McGill called the Responsible Autonomy and Intelligent Systems Ethics Lab. That is to say, we are a group of very interdisciplinary researchers, mostly technically trained, but with diversity in mind, who are really thinking about how do we design these interactive robotic and intelligent systems in a way that we have responsibility in mind, or ethics in mind, so to speak. What got me there is a long story. I'll talk about it over a beer sometime after the talk, perhaps. But essentially, I have a little bit of a background as having a PhD in mechanical engineering, undergrad degree in mechatronics engineering, and a little bit of a minor in philosophy, where at the end of the day, I ended up bringing some of these experiences together to become a roboticist who's not quite a stereotypical roboticist, as you will see shortly. The RAISE lab looks like this. These are my students. We've got about 10 graduate students and many more undergraduate students helping us with many different experiments. We typically deal with robots that look like this, at least on one side of the screen there. We've got Panda robots from Franca Amica. We've got Hello robots, the mobile platforms that you see parked on the side. We've got a telepresence robot. And these are not really robots that you want to cuddle with or treat as a family pet, so to speak. So in terms of the context of the relationship that I'm talking about, I think you can kind of get the context that we're looking at robots that exist today, robots that are being used in the research platform context, but that are increasingly coming to the home. So further context here. Anybody know this show, Rosie from the Jetsons, or the Jetsons as a show? Yeah? Okay, most people know. Okay, so this is a TV show, an American one, I think, from the 1960s. And Rosie is a blue robot here, and I believe that most of the roboticists share this kind of a dream of bringing Rosie to our homes. Now, what does Rosie actually symbolize? Well, it symbolizes a robot that can intuitively interact with us. It can do things, know what we want it to do, and then be able to actually do it in quirky but maybe functional ways. I think this kind of a future we envision with interactive robots that can be in our homes and in our workplaces, we need to stop and think about what are some of the things that we've done in the field of human-robot interaction to get us to that shared dream. In the domain of HRI, for short, I think we have been approaching the problem in three-tiered kind of a way. At the very bottom, the earlier stages of HRI was really trying to make robots safe and functional. If you think about industrial robots from car manufacturing facilities and trying to bring these kind of robots outside of those safety cages, that's what we had in mind when we were doing HRI. How do we bring these robots so that when it's actually making a physical contact with a person, then it's actually not going to lead to too bad of a kinetic damage. And at the same time, because these systems are going to be sharing the physical spaces, we want to be able to understand human intent, human action, human movement, so to speak, or even bring the robots to be moving in a particular way such that their motions are actually predictable so that we get out of the way and then we can share the space more effectively, things like that. In that first tier, I think we've been looking at robots as kind of an extension of an industrial robot, or maybe a cool appliance that could perhaps be in our workplaces or at homes. In the second tier, though, we've been looking at these robotic systems as something that could be socially intelligent. And in that sense, I think we've been looking at systems that are not necessarily just appliances or cool dishwashers, but things that can roam around and they can do various different tasks while being contextually salient in our world. And then tier 3 is where I will get everybody to start thinking a little bit more about sustainability, which is that I think we are coming to the grips with the fact that interactive robots are different. They're not humans, they're not appliances. They're this weird kind of a mix of a vending machine to a human, somewhere in the spectrum, that tends to affect people in a very strange way. And I'll expand a little bit in this talk as well. At the end of the day, what I will argue in this talk is that if we don't pay attention to the kind of relationships that we are developing in the robotic products that we put on the market, we might be actually in a bit of a pickle in the future. So let me unpack these three tiers for you. My talk is kind of structured so that we can actually walk through these tiered cakes together. Tier 1, robots more as appliances. We're really looking at interactions as something that we can make safe or functional. My PhD work was based on that, and the kind of experiments that we were looking at in HRI domain looks like this. If you look at the robot that is doing this quote-unquote collaborative task together with me, then you will see that we can design a robotic system to move in such a way that when you, the person, and then the robot are reaching for the same thing at the same time, you'll see a little bit of that jerky motion of the hand of the robot, which is signaling that, oh, okay, I'm not just going to stop in a robotic way that you would see in the next video, which is much more traditional in a factory setting, where me as a human collaborator might think, ooh, the robot stopped. Is it going to continue moving? I'm not certain if it's broken, or so on and so forth. So the whole idea is that if we were to create gestures or nonverbal behaviors into even a collaborative robot like this, then we can actually communicate a sense of uncertainty that is salient to that particular context so that we can even avoid physical safety-related issues. So I would say that that's more of that kind of example of a tier 1 issue. Another tier 1 kind of a project that we are tackling right now, I thought would be really fun for a Brussels context is we're building a robotic system that can be used in a bakery scene where we're programming the panda to grab croissants in a pile of croissants and then hand it over to people who are just trying to purchase a croissant. Because that's one of the busiest activities in a bakery. I'm sure you can relate to in the Brussels context. That kind of functional task, how do we actually do that in a way that, that retains the artisan feeling, so to speak, where it can be functional, it can be efficient and so on and so forth. That would be more that first layer of discussion. Again, robot that serves a particular function and does things safely. Now, the second tier, I would say, is a little bit more sophisticated look on a robotic system than the first tier, which is that we can look at robotic agents as something that can compute something about the world, the context that is social, and sharing our physical and social spaces together. One particular project that I launched many, many years ago, 2012 era, was really looking at a priority order between a human and a robot sharing an elevator together. So think about it this way. Think about a robot, pretty big robot, PR2 back then, doing a delivery task. It's got a non-urgent mail. It's got a mobile base, so it can't use the stairs. Therefore, it has to use the elevator, okay? Well, the elevator door opens, and then it's soon going to discover that the elevator is occupied. Somebody's carrying onto a heavy thing, legitimately using the elevator. What should the robot do in this particular scenario? When the robot cannot physically fit in to the same elevator as a person and share the same resource. Would it be okay for the robot to ask the person to step out to do its non-urgent delivery? You might say, no, it's a robot. Come on, right? No, wait your turn. What if the robot is holding on to more of an urgent task? Maybe there's a company executive on the top of the building, you know? Or maybe, like my friend here, there's no urgency to this particular person who seems to be using the elevator. What about a person who is in a wheelchair? Should this person have a priority because he arrived first in advance of the robot? So the experiment we did is actually having these different kinds of contacts between the urgency of the robot's task as well as different people that it could be encountering in a shared resource context. And we asked people, well, what should a robot do? What should a robot be programmed to do? Should it ever take the priority and then kick people out? Should we allow that? When we did a quick survey, the discussion went like this. The table is a little bit complicated, so I won't go into the details here. But essentially, when there was a tension between the urgency of the delivery task that the robot had to do, and then there was somebody actually just standing around or having legitimate reasons by him or herself, then majority of the participants essentially said the robot should engage in a dialogue and resolve the issue together. If you think about this, you can understand that if you were in a social dilemma scenarios, such as this one, that's probably something that you would do yourself. You wouldn't actually expect the robot to have a predefined rule set that does not negotiate with the person that it's interacting with. If you were the last person just trying to squeeze into the elevator because you're late for class, you might actually try and non-verbally communicate, can I just squeeze in there, right? And then negotiate it that way. Our interactions as social beings is much more dynamic than the pre-programmed behaviors that we used to think of when we think about robotic systems. Building on this idea of more socially intelligent or socially or contextually aware robot designs, we launched a design competition back in Roma 2021 called the RoboEthics competition. In this competition, we had a cool apartment kind of a scenario where we said, okay, we're going to eliminate all the complexities that make real robots working in the home a little bit tricky, such as grasping all the possible objects perfectly, and so on and so forth. We're going to remove all of that complexity. We're going to focus on a scenario. And the scenario went something like this. Imagine you know everything about the objects in a particular apartment and everybody who's in the scene. We even have profiles, such as Jill is the mom. She happens to be a police officer. We've got the type of the robot. We've got Amy, who is the daughter in the home, who is underage. The boyfriend, RM, tends to try and visit once in a while. There's a dog and there's a baby. Okay. And there are different items that you can find in an apartment setting, such as mom's credit card. Mom may have a weapon that she brings home. There may be chocolate, water, glass, cooking knife, and so forth. The competition task essentially asks people that when you were to try and design the behavior of the robot, whose only function is to be able to fetch items when requested to do so, and deliver it to a person, how would you program it in such a way that incorporates the contextual integrity or a contextual understanding of it? For example, Amy is underage. In the American context, you're not allowed to drink in that context, all right? And Amy says, hey, robot, get me some alcohol. Right. How should the robot be designed to behave? Maybe negotiate? Maybe say no? May I ID you? What if the boyfriend comes to visit and says, hey, robot, grab mom's credit card and give it to me? Well, I don't know. Is mom home? Why the credit card? Do you have the permission to use the credit card? The owner, in this case, the mom, asks for chocolate to be given to the dog, which happens to be toxic for the dog. Should the robot do that? Because chocolate itself, not a physically dangerous item, just that for the robot, or for the dog, it happens to be toxic. So if you think through many different combinations of just objects and actors in the scene, you can start to understand that actually everyday decision-making for humans is not only social, but it's really, really complex. There's a layer of ethics thinking that we don't even consider as ethics because it's so daily life for us. In reality, as we develop or try to develop more consumer-based robots that'll enter our homes, these are some of the questions that we need to be able to answer in order to program things that are actually specific and contextually appropriate. Maybe I will skip the video. Well, maybe I'll show you the videos so that you have an idea of the subsequent competitions that we've done. So turns out in 2021, when we actually launched a competition, it was actually too complex because everything had to be done in Gazebo, and the competition submissions had to have working Gazebo simulations of their solutions. What we found out is ultimately the cool factor behind this competition idea is really the ethical thinking through. What would be the social policy that would be meaningful for us to program into the robot in such a way that we would be happy with the end result? At the end of the day, it turns out the simulation, whether the robot is a fully working system or not, is not really relevant there, but thinking through the ethics of it really is. Okay. Now that I've laid on a little bit about the first two tiers, let's talk about the final tier. I think this is where the question about sustainability, especially when it comes to environmental sustainability, comes into play. In this third tier, well, in getting to this third tier, as we were developing systems that are interactive, safe, functional, and so forth, along the way, human-robot interaction researchers have found some really interesting findings. On one, in one of the studies that I've led and conducted, we found that if you just change the way in which the robot is looking at different locations as it is handing over a water bottle to a person, you can immediately change how quickly or how early the person, the recipient, will reach out and grab that water bottle, just by changing the way the robot's head moves. Others have also found that if you have a robot in an exam room, turned off, it's not moving, and you can tell people that the robot is just going to sit there, and that's the creepy robot you see on the top there. And you get people to write the exams, you can reduce the rate of cheating just by having the robot staring at the person, even though the robot is turned off. This is called the social facilitation effect. It's the same kind of an effect that you have if you have an exam proctor in the room during a final exam kind of situation. But why? We have to ask ourselves, why? Why does it take place? It's just a machine, and it's not even turned on. Salomons and colleagues also did a study where if you have many small robots in the room and you get a person to do a particular task that has a sense of ambiguity, such as, okay, if you're going to a desert and you can only take one item out of a list of items with you, which one would you take? And if these kind of smaller keep-on robots are telling the person, okay, you should take the scissors, really, the scissors are the thing, then they can actually influence the judgment of that particular participant. So, many robots can influence your decisions. Lastly, one of my favorite experiments that I did not conduct, but very, very recent. If you have a couple of robots and a person playing passing the ball kind of a game, I don't know if you can see, maybe I can see the mouse, there we go. Yeah. You've got a little ball, and you've got two robots that don't even look anthropomorphic at all, very minimalistic designs. And they're playing a game of passing the ball between the robot and the person. They've changed the probability or the times, the number of times at which the balls are bounced between the robots and between the person and the robot. They changed it in such a way that the robots were passing the balls to each other much more so than it was involving the person. This is a well-known psychological effect of what we call ostracism, as in, it makes you feel like you're left out, that they don't want to play with me. I am disliked by this group. It feels terrible. And psychologically speaking, this is a kind of experience where it can have a carryover effect. What they've done is they brought the participants into an interview room where there were chairs scattered around, and they got the person to grab a chair and then join the interviewer in whichever orientation or proximity to the interviewer, and then had a little chat. What they found is those people who felt ostracized because of the ways robots were treating them would sit closer, orient themselves to be pro-social, because in the earlier minutes, they felt left out. That's the kind of influence that robots can have on us. Now, this is very fascinating to me because we're starting to see robots everywhere. We're developing nonverbal behaviors of robots. We're making decisions about the anthropomorphism of a robot. This particular video is a video of a tiny little kid that you can see there bowing to a very crude, human-looking robot that is bowing to the passerby. This is the kind of scene you can see in the streets of Korea very often, because these are very good marketing tools. Does anybody understand what is actually happening in this scene? Why is this kid bowing to the robot? Getting a response? Yeah? Imitating behavior? Maybe. Within the Korean context, because I'm a Korean, I grew up as a Korean myself, the cultural context is this. We have a very hierarchical, socially hierarchical culture where the eldest, the age actually matters quite a bit. if somebody who's older to you is bowing or showing you respect, and you as a younger child do not show that respect back, you are a terrible person. Socially, you are just really terrible. So as children in Korea, you are taught to respect the elders. What are we seeing here? Now, maybe the child is thinking, this is an adult. Weird adult, but adult. Therefore, I should bow back to show respect. Okay. Are we happy with the kind of relationship that we can start to unpack here? Should we be teaching children to treat robots similar to the way we would teach children to treat other humans? Oh, I don't know about that. Some people might say, robots are machines, let's not go there. This sounds like a lot of anthropomorphism. And I agree with you there. But I think the point is we are starting to see robots entering our social sphere without really a careful design of how we should be introducing these robots to various stakeholders, or giving them a social space and understanding how we should be treating them in a way that makes sense, socially speaking. Okay, a couple of different notes. One of the experiments that we did was really the notion of how do we treat each other if we actually use robots as a proxy for ourselves? I'm talking specifically about telepresence robots. If you've seen maybe at one of the robotics conferences or maybe even a TV show recently, these are telepresence robots, or also known as the mobile robotic telepresence systems. They're essentially a mobile base with a stick and a kind of a tablet situation on top, where you can zoom in to the telepresence system, and you, as somebody who is piloting the system, can manipulate and move the robot around so that you can have, quote unquote, in-person interaction with a local user who is in a physical location that you're not in. Now the question was this: if you are piloting this particular robot, and let's go back to the elevator scenario, right? If you are using this particular robot because you can't be there physically, and then you see a pile of people waiting for the elevator, would you yield the elevator queuing to the person? Would you expect yourself to be treated just like other people, even though you're actually embodied in a robot? Would you expect the local people to treat you like a human because you came first? So that was our study. We actually created a few different video simulations of either a person arriving at an elevator first versus the telepresence robot arriving first. And then we switched the order within which, at the end of the video, the first come, first serve, the social rule that seems to apply in many kind of contexts, was respected or violated. And we asked all the participants, what do you think? Was that socially appropriate or completely inappropriate? And we split our participants into two so that they could answer the questions from the perspective of the pilot. So I am embodying the robot versus the local user. I'm the person who arrived first and looking at a robot that just arrived. Turns out, I'll skip ahead a little bit. We kind of hypothesized that first come, first serve is a key kind of a social rule that we expect to be held in most situations, but we kind of hypothesized that there might be a couple of different changes. What we found is really this. The graph is a little bit complicated, so we don't need to go too much into the details here. But what we found is that if you are the one controlling the robot, so you're the pilot in a remote location, then you find it even more unacceptable if the robot that you're using jumps the queue in ahead of other people. As in, the proxy that should represent me really violated something. That was much bigger of a difference than the local users seeing, oh, okay, this telepresence robot jumped the queue. That's not very cool, but that's okay, I guess. On top of that, what we found is whether the local user believes the robot to be an extension of a person versus just another robot completely changed the way people expected the outcome to be. For people who thought, well, telepresence robots are an extension of a person, therefore I should treat this robot as a person, really expected this first come, first serve to be respected, this rule, regardless of whether it was a robot or not. Whereas other people who thought, well, but this is a robot, whether there is a person or not, this is a robot. They expected the robot to always yield, regardless of their order of arrival. Okay. A quick takeaway that we had from this experience was really, when we start to look at robots that can become a proxy, when robots end up mediating our communication or interaction with each other, we have a lot of relationship unpacking to do. We can't really expect ourselves to be treated equally to other people. And keep in mind, many of the telepresence robot literature you can find today really talks about children who are not able to play in person with other kids and therefore are being educated using these telepresence robots so that they have some sort of interaction with other children. Okay. If they already are treated differently in a lower social status than other kids, what does that mean for them? And at the same time, if we're looking at telepresence robots as a way to reduce environmental costs of traveling, because we would like to just zoom into these robots and then have these fluid interactions, then we also need to solve this issue. Because if we feel like we are being left out or treated in a different way, or if we self-consciously say we should always be yielding and being conscious of other people because I'm a robot, I'm being a robot today, then it may not be a sustainable means of communication with each other, and we may not actually have the adoption that we need here. Okay. Shifting gears here. Okay. One other relationship with robots that I think is really important to talk about is that of ownership. So imagine everybody got paid a whole lot today, and you went and bought yourself a brand new sedan. Let's say 50,000 euros. Okay, really sexy car. The battery is supposed to last you another 20 years, lots of guarantees and all that. 6 months later, the cool new company that built your car goes bankrupt. And you realize, ooh, after the company went bankrupt, I can't get into the car anymore because it had Face ID to recognize whether this is the legitimate known driver or a theft. And I shaved today, and now it no longer recognizes me. And I cannot update my ID because there's no server to talk to. Nothing to train a new data set on. I can't even change the list of known drivers. Yeah, even if I were to break into the car, I can't turn on the engine and then use all these optimized engine control algorithms because there's nothing to talk to anymore. All of the software that was a soul that enabled the car to be driven was not owned by you, who paid a lot of money for it. It was licensed to you temporarily. Now, would you be upset? Now it's taking up your precious parking space, becoming a big decoration, right? This is very similar to the experience that I personally had many years ago when I bought what was marketed as one of the first consumer home robots called Jibo. There's, I think, about 7,000 units that were sold, if I'm not mistaken. This particular robot was a particular crowdfunding campaign. The company existed for a handful of years. It was late in delivering, unfortunately. By the time I had my hands on the robot and then used it, I think we got maybe about a year worth of use before the company went bankrupt. that was essentially the story. At the end of the day, I cannot make use of this perfect hardware that's got all these different microphones, speakers, actuators built in. The entire chassis is fine. The sensors are fine. But the software, I do not own it. I do own the hardware, I believe, but I do not have the right to modify, change, or reuse, repurpose it in a way that is meaningful for me, because the software was never sold to me. Now, through this experience, I realized that the kind of relationship that I thought we were making when we purchased a robot was completely wrong. In the first, the first kind of two-tiered model that I was discussing, as we're building safe robots, functional robots, and so forth, I think the assumption that we've had about interactive robots is there's people who made the stuff, there's people who buy the stuff, and once you become the people who buy the stuff, you assumed that you have the right to continue to possess the thing, you have the right to resell the thing to other people, that you have the right to repair it or modify it for your own use, just like how you would expect a brand new pencil to be. In reality, it turns out, that's not how it works. In the Internet of Things era, all the digital contents era, what happens with respect to the software or digital content is we pay for the thing and we get the license for the usage of that digital content, which means we don't have the right to resell or to copy and massively print or to repair, modify, or so forth of the software that gives it the soul. Now, ownership is really, really interesting because I think this dichotomy of people who buy the stuff and the people who own the stuff was really the basis of some of the research that I had done many, many years ago. This is a survey from, I think, 2015 timeframe. We had this kind of Rosie the robot vision when we conducted a particular survey that said, okay, let's say Emma is an alcoholic. She was just out of the hospital. She's not supposed to drink anymore because of doctor's order. We asked a participant to say, okay, what should the robot do when Emma asks for an alcoholic drink? And this is what the results look like. People said, if Emma is the owner of the robot, as you'll see from the pie chart there, only 22% of people said never get her the drink. The majority said, if she's the owner, well, at least sometimes get her the thing. When somebody else owns the robot, the majority said never get her the drink. Okay. This study has nothing to do with alcoholism per se. We've replicated the study with Jacques the obese looking for junk food and so forth, and the results are essentially very, very similar. What we are finding here, though, is that our expectation of how the robot should behave is really tied to who owns the robot. And in reality, let's see, in reality, because we are typically purchasing just the hardware, but not the software, where the software is licensed to us, the thing that we think we own does not behave the way that it should treat an owner. Does that make sense? I'm making it very, very complicated. In the Internet of Things literature, we call this the precarious ownership of the things, because our ownership is no longer solid. It is not permanent. It has this precarious nature associated with it. Going back to Rosie. Turns out, Rosie from the Jetsons was a rental. I did not realize it until I started working on this particular piece. Turns out Rosie was rented by this particular family because this company called Rent You a Maid provided the cheapest robot service, which means even in the most inspiring, idealistic version of the robot that we have been aiming for, I think, is actually that of a robot that we don't actually own, but we expect them to support us. There are many different robots that are aiming to be interactive, service-based or consumer-based, and many of these systems are actually turning into rental or subscription model. If you envision these cool robots coming into the home, I think we have to realize the fact that many of the design decisions that we're making in developing the software for the interactive robots actually come from the software industry, even the app market. We expect people to have the hardware. We're going to have maybe an app store equivalent of robots. And then people will try out different kind of apps. And then if they get bored, maybe they'll toss it out and then buy another app. But then in this case, I think that's quite dangerous because the functionalities that we can provide with a physical robot is limited to the physical functionality of the robot. It's not like I can install an app for free, and then if I get bored, toss it out. Now we have to deal with the hardware that is optimized for that particular service. There are at least 7 different problems that is related to the sustainability and this particular ownership problem. I'll just talk about a couple of them and then maybe open up for the questions. Number 1, I think the vendor lock-in becomes amplified. What does that mean? Well, I can be the gigantic tech company that has this cool robot. I have a huge marketing campaign and everybody bought into it. Great. Now, I can now produce a particular gripper that allows you to handle different kind of objects that it couldn't before. Other manufacturers not allowed to build something that is interoperable. Therefore, if you want this new grasping thing, you have to buy from me. Same thing for mobile base, for example. You want the robot to move around, now take the stairs. Okay, well, the interfacing of it, I'm going to be making it proprietary so that other third-party vendors will not be able to provide you that service. Which means the options that consumers will have to modify and expand the availability of features will be limited. And at the same time, I think number 6 is really interesting. When it comes to consumer robots, unlike a car where we kind of expect the brake pedals to work, if I fuel it up, I expect the car to be able to go forward or backward, depending on your gear and everything. You expect the car to be driven at the minimalistic sense as the minimum features of what makes it a car and functional. When it comes to a robot, though, what is a minimum functionality that you would expect? That you would expect to continue to function even if the new startup that sold you the robot fails and no longer supplies any software. Even if you decide, well, they turned into a subscription model and I'm not going to pay $500 a month just to have these cool new features, but I still want to maintain some degree of functionality of the robot. What should that be? I think that's an interesting question, especially when we start to look at assistive devices or devices that serve daily functionalities or support daily activities of people in need. Because all of a sudden, if you say, well, if you can pay for more, if you pay 700 euros per month for the robotic assistant so that it can clean, cook, do all these things that you are not able to do because of your assistive needs, well, you might be in a pickle because you don't have an option of negotiating the subscription rate with the company. You might have relied on that minimum functionality to exist in your initial investment. Okay. Concluding thoughts. I think we've come quite far in terms of human-robot interaction and the advancements that we've made. And I haven't even started touching on the advancements in robotics, period. Materials, the advancements in SLAM and other functionalities that make a robot work. But now, as we enter into an age where we are trying to bring more robots into the stores, workplaces, and homes, I think we really have to pay attention to what are some of the design assumptions, even business decisions, and relationship-related assumptions we're making when we are starting to adopt or deploy these robotic systems. Because I think we might be using the wrong default or assumptions and going forward without realizing that actually those are really dangerous. It can be unsustainable, especially after this particular experience. Maybe I have assistive need, I bought a huge robot, and then after 6 months, I couldn't use it anymore. The chances of me buying another robot will be diminished. And if we have those markets across the world, then I think the amount of environmental costs, as well as other costs of bringing robots into our world, will be way too big for what it's worth. Okay, I will leave it there. Thank you.
So we have time for a few questions.
I'm just curious on the last, well, thank you first of all for this presentation, but on this assumption, don't you think that like it's impossible almost to plan them, and we have to try it out, and then we know how can we change? Can it be done in lab, the assumption, and I don't know.
Yeah, I think we can try certain things in a lab setting. I know from the policy domain there are policy sandboxing approaches where you say, okay, well, maybe some of the regulations that limit the amount of repairs that consumers can do before voiding a warranty, for example. Okay, maybe we can actually rethink an alternative policy and see if that actually works out, or what kind of ramifications it might have. Would it actually increase the carbon cost because people are, breaking things more than maintaining things? Or, I don't know. But those are the things that we can, I think, in part experimentally try out. Of course, certain other things would be kind of impossible because we can't actually have a foresight to predict everything about the world. But I think certain things we can predict when we see the pattern that many of the advancements in HRI in particular is actually being inspired from the larger advancements in AI. So, hooking up a robot with a large language model because now it's super cool and it seems to work really well. All right, what are the ramifications if somebody says, we're going to use OpenAI for this? Okay, what happens when OpenAI stops that service or starts to charge more? What happens to you, maybe a startup or intermediary that is hinging on that particular model to deliver an interactive experience? That, I think, vulnerability is something we can already start to map out and do something about.
Hello, thanks for the talk. And maybe I have a joke before then serious questions, like maybe there's a lot of job opportunity by learning how to, let's say, crack into a car for let's say, helping out people or consumers that bought a car that is now locking out. So we might be positive on that by following the job opportunities. But on a serious question, don't you think it's more like of a policy problem, really, coming back to the car, for a normal thermal car? I mean, the state, the country, the government make sure that at least that car respects certain kind of, let's say, specification. I don't know, power of brakes and whatever things. And can we also sort of envision the fact that before a product based on AI, is going to be respecting certain kind of regulation and not be dependent on, let's say, continuous update and so on?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think I've been thinking about that direction a little bit and realizing that there's a little bit of a difference between the automotive sector and how it's regulating or setting standards to even consumer or service robotic sector. And the difference seems to be that when it comes to cars, we kind of have an idea of what to expect. It's not going to start flying. It's mainly a mode of transportation, and we know the physics of it quite well. for that, because the use case is quite clear, I think it's easier to regulate or standardize. Whereas when it comes to consumer robots, for example, okay, well, one interactive robot could be marketed for people with dementia. That might be a very different use case than the same platform that could be used for educational purposes for children. That could also be very different for mental health and therapy applications. So because of this diversity of use cases using the same platform, I think it'll be it'll require us to think a little bit harder about, okay, what does regulation or policy or standards around these platforms even look like?
All right. Shirley has a question. Okay, sorry.
Thanks for your talk. Very interesting perspective. In the beginning with your experiments, did you also took into account or considered maybe cultural aspects, as in different acceptance or different knowledge about robots?
You mean the elevator studies or the hesitations?
Yeah, the queuing and so on.
Not really. With respect to the hesitation studies, it was really students in the University of British Columbia, more of the convenience sampling kind of a situation. When it comes to the telepresence robot experiment, though, we had quite a large sample size. I think we had about 900 participants across the US. Again, very culturally North America, so that's also unicultural as well. So that might also be a little bit different. Yeah.
Hello, thanks for your talk. I'm thinking a bit about what he said on policy and how to deal with devices that don't work anymore because of let's say that the software doesn't work anymore. And I see a lot of similarities indeed. Like there was this bike company, I think in the Netherlands, who stopped, and then people could not open their bike anymore because the software was missing. So, and I also see some similarities with TVs where people have, apps. So I think we could, learn from that, and probably as more consumers are complaining, I think on a policy level, for instance, at the EU level, I'm sure that they are already, some people are lobbying to get at least, let's say, this amount of years of, how do you say that? Insurance that people can still, bike, or that they can still use an app. And as robots will be more present in people's homes, I assume that will go also in that direction. It's just, that's a reflection.
Yeah, totally. I would even, if there's a way for us to even require all manufacturers to at least set some minimum functionality and guarantee that to work, regardless of what happens in the future. That might be one of the solutions, and it would be depending on that particular product and so forth. And I think at the same time, I've also talked to some companies that are trying out service robots within their companies to see what a roboticized operation looks like. And they told me that even the ones that they've built themselves, if they're using the robots daily, they can get maybe about 2 to 3 years maximum of use. And I thought, well, 2 to 3 years for a full-on hardware, that's actually pretty short. What are you making out of this? But at the same time, they had a real concern that the way we're building them isn't really set up in such a way that it'll last 10 and 20 years, in part because we're also expecting the technology to change. So why build something that will last for so long when maybe we will be wanting to build something else? So I think even that mindset is already there, and that's a problem that I'm not sure how to solve.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. It was really interesting. And I had a very broad question, but I think you're the first among all the seminars that we had to really focus on the roboethics perspective and to bring really this expertise. And how do you define the roboethics contribution to the discussion around sustainability, because there is, of course, a lot of overlap. When we talk about sustainability, depending on the framework that we use, it can be everything and anything. And it seems clearer and clearer also from what you say that the ethical perspective can be a major contributor to a better perspective on sustainability in robotics. But I was curious to hear, with this very broad statement and question, what are your thoughts on it? What is the contribution of roboethics to making robotics more sustainable?
Yeah, thank you. Roboethics really don't get enough airtime, I think, in part because AI ethics, we have so many urgencies, as we've heard before. We have urgent questions to address when it comes to AI systems. But roboethics has a longer history, and it's decades old, and the kind of discussions that were had in the first coining of the word roboethics even, I think they had the notion of environmental sustainability as part of the mandate as well. So to me, roboethics as a conversation or subdiscipline, if you will, I think it has a bigger role to play in really distinguishing how the existing discussions that we've already had about ethics of robotic systems really needs to be resurfaced, and how, by nature of it, it is a little bit different from AI ethics, and not to be lumped into the same mold, so to speak, because yes, we care about AI ethics, and on top of it, when you put this responsibly designed AI system onto a robot, well, we have even more things to worry about. I think those two things have to come together. So I would encourage more people to look into what roboethics is and how it, historically has been different and what it actually brings to the table.
For you said there's like 3 tiers that you imagine, and the third one was, and the third one was to thoughtfully implement the robots. And I always wonder how to measure that. I think that's a really hard question, and there's no easy answer, and there's probably the answer would not be a quantitative measure, like saying, I don't know, you give scores from 1 to 10 or something like that. But maybe on at least the domains, where do you think it should be rooted, the measurement or the values?
Yeah. I agree with you. I don't think I have a quantitative measure to propose. But one thing that we're starting to do with a summer student of mine this year is really starting to think about this notion of thoughtfulness. When we're trying to do something responsibly, when we say responsible tech, responsible AI, so forth, and at the end of the day, maybe we see an AI ethics audit report. It can take a shape of an online questionnaire that gives you a particular quantitative number that says, oh, your risk score is X, all the way to a particular audit that takes years in the making, that considers every implications. In between them, even though we may be marketing the same thing, these two different things as the same thing, as an audit report, for example, then the degree of thoughtfulness, I think, would be quite different. Even though we may not be able to quantify per se, maybe we can even conceptualize components of what would be considered a thoughtful ways of doing certain things. And I think that I see the analogy here in that tier 3, where if you, at the deployment time, haven't considered the full life cycle of the robotic system, if you haven't thought about the failure cases when your cool company fails, what would happen? And even the reuse and recycle ability of the robotic system, and even modifiability of it, and so on and so forth. Maybe if it's missing those kind of components, we can actually say, well, maybe we need to go back and be a little more thoughtful here.
Okay, very last but very quick questions already.
Super fast. So the last part of your talk, I thought it was very interesting. And I think that when we speak about robots, we are in this particular scenario where we have the mechanical system and the software. And for instance, part of what you mentioned for me relates a lot to cloud computing and how we see computing as a utility, something that we just use part of it, we pay to use it. But as you mentioned, in the case of robotics, that's very hard because you have that physical system that you cannot just access, rent it for a couple of hours or for a task and then give it back. And in the same way, cloud computing, the software aspects have other limitations. As you said, if the company goes bankrupt, you don't have access anymore to that software, but you still have access to the physical system. So I don't know, in your opinion, should we try to, let's say, tackle this problem together, trying to mix software and hardware and try to provide a service that where we ensure at least a minimum amount of services both together, or precisely try to go towards a more separation between hardware and software, making them more independent and as such less interlinked in terms of constraints? Sorry.
That's a great question. I see pros and cons in both approaches. I think one aspect of it would be if I were to look at Linux machines. Okay, I'm gonna treat the hardware of the computer as separate, and then the OS, I'm gonna get the open source and install it, and then be done with it. That would require, I would say, the software to be something that is accessible to the user and has enough people maintaining it for that particular platform. I think that would be much more of a challenge than the laptop scenario, in part because of the user base. Whereas I think if we look at the full system together, I think it's also even a niche kind of a community to solve the issue together. So yeah, not a clear answer, but something to think about.
Okay, so with this, I would like to thank very much Jacques that has done the first of her 3 speeches in the next short time. A round of applause. Moreover, Jacques will be with us until the end of the program of BrIAS, so she will be around. And so I strongly invite the various researchers and other members of BrIAS to visit her, to get a coffee with her, to offer her a coffee, maybe it's better.
Yes, waffles.
And I strongly invite to then interact with her for the rest of the time. So again, thank you again. And please. And now we have a little bit of a special moment, because I would like to ask Frank, that is one of the 2 directors of the Brussels Institute of Advanced Studies, to acknowledge one of the co-directors of the previous year, that is David Cannella, with a small certificate as a thank you for all the big work that he has done this year. Now, organize all of this, I'm going through myself. I can tell you it's extremely vexing from the physical and mental viewpoint, because there is a lot of things to do. David has done it for 2 years, and this is how you become after 2 years of BrIAS. So, please, Frank.
Thank you, David. It's a real pleasure to be able to hand over this certificate, because you did a wonderful job together with Christian, together with Fritz, Nell, and Paul. And it's great that you can attend some of the seminars here. And this morning we had Christian, who was there also. So this is typical for the spirit, I would say, of BrIAS, to have networking among people from different disciplines, different fields, that normally we always say would never have met each other otherwise. And you're really an example of this, and we want to thank you very much for this, and we are happy to hand over the certificate to you.
Thanks for the opportunity that Frank and Serge gave us, because, I mean, as a young academic, one of the things that you realize that, you know, it takes years before you get accepted from the communities, and the opportunities that Frank and Serge gave to us to organize such things, you know, really put us on a little bit on the spotlight, and really helped a lot in our careers and so on in the future. And the minimum we can do it is to, like we always say, feel uncomfortable with BrIAS. It means that we are in the right path. It means that if you are feeling uncomfortable with a speech, that means that that speech is maybe moving something inside you, and so maybe moving to ask the uncomfortable question, which should be always asked during BrIAS. So that's the spirit. That's what we were always, let's say, underscoring last year as a spirit. So I really thanks for this, and something I will put in my, let's say, desk or my office, but this is an experience I will always bring forever in my life. So, and having seen this, what you achieved, Frank, is amazing.
And let me add one thing. You can't see it probably in detail, but I have to congratulate Anya because I recognize her design.
You recognize that is handmade. Huh? This is handmade. You can see from behind that is somebody had worked on it. Is it? That's why it's delicious. Thanks, Artem,
Thanks to you.
This honor again.
Thanks to you. Now, I've also a warning for all of you. Is the proof that BrIAS creates dependence. In fact, you see, his shift is over and is coming again, and actually he also will be involved in the program of next year, and I hope this kind of dependence is exactly what we want to create. So we hope that our fellows, the various people involved, will always feel part of this family and keep coming back and contribute. So thank again, David. Thank again, Frank. Thank to all of you. Thanks to Ajang again for the nice talk. And then we will have our last short coffee break before the last talk.
Pleasure to present Dr. Jacques Krzysztof to talk about cycloidal drive design, experimental research and applications. So thank you so much for coming, for being present with us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Krzysztof Olejarczyk. Today I would like to present the presentation about the cycloidal drive, design, experimental research, and application. I'm working Kazimierz Pułaski Radom University. This is a small city on the south of Warsaw. I'm working Faculty of Mechanical Engineering. Today, I, at the beginning, say a few words about our team who studied the cycloidal drive, about what is the experience to say this area. In main body of this presentation, I have 3 topics: calculation and verification this calculation, experimental. In experimental, I try to describe a few studies. And, of course, the third topic, application. And to the end, the sum up, say a few words. Okay. In our university, we have 4 persons who study this subject, cycloidal disk, the object. Professor Kazimierz Król, Professor Marcin Wikło, my person, and colleagues Krzysztof Kołodziejczyk. Advantages and disadvantages cycloidal drive. When we compare cycloidal drive with another typical gears, we may say that gear ratio for cycloidal drive is good, it's better. Compact design, the dimension of cycloidal drive, and with high reliability is the better. Efficiency is better. Durability, possibility of use the case heavy loads, it's also the better. It's smaller vibration, smaller gap, high stiffness housing, it's the better. Okay, but this is when we compare with normal, typical gearbox. But we know that we have the gears like harmonic, yes? And when we compare cycloidal drive with harmonic, we know that the harmonic drives have sometimes better ratio. Size will be smaller. The efficiency also. It's in fact. But we use this mix cycloidal and harmonic drives in one mechanism, one manipulator, like on this screen. We see that sometimes it's good to mix this gearbox. And what is the idea at the beginning in our university? You know the company Airbus. Airbus says to our team, it's good to replace existing gear in which system, and please try replace using cycloidal gear. We analyze many parameters. In this project, we use the criteria like weight reduction, cost reduction, and of course, increased security. To the end of this project, our teams and a few persons from Airbus get the international patents. Okay, this is success. But at the beginning, the first concept of this cycloidal drive is like on this screen. In the main components, this first concept was the input shaft, two cycloidal discs, one of the most important elements in this drive. Output shafts, external and internal pins with sleeves, and of course housing. What is principle of operation? If we put the torque in the input shaft, the torque will be transmitted by two cycloidal discs in cooperation with external and internal pins to output shafts. It's very simple. The main components, as I said, this is cycloidal discs. At the beginning, when we try to design, we first have the model. After that, we have the real object. At the beginning was the object, the cycloidal disc from steel. Now we try to replace them by 3D printing technology. First, we use the PLA. Now we use the material PA, sometimes PA with carbon fiber. But this is the last step. First, the calculation. Before we have the model, we must do some analytical calculation. And first, we began from the parameter equation, which is describing the shape of cycloid. In this parameter, in this equation, we have three very important parameters: rolling circus radius, displacement equidistant, coefficient shortened epicycloid. If you want to know more, I show you the article, the title of the articles, when you may find impact of selected parameters on diameter of cycloidal discs. Next, very important things is now the values of loads, which is induct in area between the cycloidal discs and internal and external pins. If we calculate, we may have results in the form of distribution of forces of internal and external pins, depending on the rotation input shafts, example. Another very important thing when you design the cycloidal discs is check the Hertzian surface pressure. And in this case, it's very important to know that the formula which give you the correct values of Hertzian surface pressure is depending on the position external pins and cycloidal discs. Of course, we must also remember to check the Hertzian surface pressure in internal sleeves, but there is only the hole and in internal pins, and we have only one formula. Okay, this is end about the analytical calculation, but if you want to check calculation, it will be good to use some finite elements method software. We use a few programs. We have the same value, but we check the calculation about the cycloidal discs. But we also have the input shafts. We do calculation with finite elements method software using this program. And housing, you may see in this on these slides how we take the boundary condition and loads to this model, and others like shaft, output shaft calculation. Okay, if we have the technical documentation, our cycloidal drive, next step is do some tests. Before we will do tests, we must design the test bench. When we build the test bench, and when we build and we design, we have the main components of this test bench. Our cycloidal disk is here. On the right, you may see the engine who give us the velocity. On the left, you may see another engine who give us the loads. Another elements from test bench is torque measurements 3 and 4 on the input and output shafts. This torque measurement give us also info about the velocity input and output. We have also one more independent tachometer in here who give us another signal from velocity. And we have also on the screen 4 thermocouples. Why 4? Because we have 2 thermocouples which give us the signal from the temperature inside the cycloidal drive. In fact, the oil temperature, and 2 magnetic thermocouples who give us temperature, example, the housing. On the right, you may see the screen with the application which is helpful to control test bench. And in here, you may see the short film from the one of the kind of tests. In here is also, I give you the title of the article, which is describing how we designing test bench. Okay. First test, which we start, we study the type of oils and determine the optimum value of oils. This results, this study is also published in 2 articles. You may find this on down the slides. We study 2 types of oil, mineral and synthetics. First test is the test when we fill our cycloidal disk, cycloidal drive in different values of the oil, and when we create the characteristic, efficiency characteristic, we, after the tests, a few tests, we have info that the highest efficiency is when the level of or value of the oil for the mineral is 190 milliliters. And the same test, the group of tests we also did for the synthetic oil. And for the synthetic oil, we have info that we have the results that the optimum, the maximum efficiency is when we have oil, volume oil, 90 milliliters. Another test with the synthetic and mineral oil is the test, I called this test constant temperature test, the test to determine change in cycloidal drive efficiency when the temperature inside temperature, oil temperature, is from 40 to 43 Celsius. And this test was performed for the different loads and different input shaft speeds and very short operating time. After the many of these tests, we made results, and from this diagram you may see that the efficiency of cycloidal drive with synthetic oil is higher than mineral oil. Not big difference, but yes, it's higher. And the load, when the load increase, like for these four values, the efficiency for the same velocity, input velocity, we also see the efficiency increase. When speed increase for the same value of loads, this time, the efficiency of cycloidal drive decrease. On this slide, you may also see the theoretical theoretical efficiency characteristic. The theoretical efficiency of cycloidal drive can be calculated as a function of power of input shaft and the loss of power according to this formula, where the power loss, P, is the power loss is composed of 6 components, where P1, P2, this is total power loss in cooperation area of external and internal pins, of course, sleeves and cycloidal discs. P3 and P4, this is the loss of power in input shaft bearing and output shaft bearing. P5, loss of power in the seals, and finally P6, total hydraulic power loss. If we calculating all of this power loss, we may did some diagram like this, and from this diagram you may see that the total power loss growing, especially for P1, P2, when we have the bigger value of loads. And this is the reason why we, for the next step, changing the sliding sleeves assembly on the input and output pins on the needle bearings. If we replace this type of sliding sleeves on needle bearings, you may now find in this article the results from this study, and we did the same test using needle bearings. And what we get as a result, for each load values, the efficiency value decrease with increased speeds. It doesn't matter, this is needle bearings or sleeves. But as you see, when we compare this characteristic for the experimental needle bearing and experimental sleeves, slide sleeves, we see that it's better use the needle bearings and for all loads. And another very good conclusion, the results of theoretical calculation are similar than the efficiency determined by experimental. It means the theoretical model is very good. If we compare the results from another test for these two types of the bearing, needle bearing and sliding sleeves, we see that for the test when we have the very long test with the same values of load and velocity. When we use the needle bearings is the better than efficiency, of course, then we use sliding sleeves. And third type of the test I called cyclic load test because this is the test which give us the same condition like winch system working. It's mean it's the very short time when we have rotation on the one direction, and after the short break we have the rotation from another side. And when we do this type of test, we also see that when we use the needle bearing, it's better than we use the sliding sleeves. If we see on the efficiency. Okay, conclusion, I say a few words, but unfortunately, when we assembly the cycloidal drive, we see the damage of the needle bearings. It's mean, okay, needle bearings is okay, but when we have the test with the large values of torque, we have not enough durability, this type of bearing. This is why we come back to the sliding sleeves. In here you may find parameter the sliding sleeve with safe oil bronze, and on these slides you may find the title of article when we present the results from testing this type of sleeves. And what we test? We analyze geometric of sliding sleeves. We analyze the structure of surface layer of sliding sleeves before and after the test, and also mass and also chemical composition of the gear oil. We use only one type of test, this which is better for the condition when we want to check the winch system. And on this slide you may see the position 7 sliding sleeves on internal on output shafts, and after the test we may see that when we measure the external diameter and internal diameter, we see also that on the one of the sliding sleeves we see the crack. It's not good for the durability. We also see the pitting effects for exactly all of the sleeves have the less or more, but the pitting effect. These slides show a new surface of the sliding sleeves. Another 7 photos give us the pitting effects, more or higher. And with the pitting effects, it's combine the mass of the each of the sleeves. If we see the diagram, we see that the sleeves number 2, 6, 7 have the big pitting effects. It's mean the mass is low, and if we compare with the position, we see that the most dynamic wear effect is on the sliding sleeves near the input shafts. Okay. And these slides show the analysis of elements in synthetic oil and some of conclusions. I think this is very important. Fatigue wear, such as repeating for the all sleeves, as I said. Another testing is, in this case, for the geometrical surface texture study of cycloidal disc. But this type of test is the same like 2 or 3 slides before, because this is tests with the sliding sleeves from the steel material, because as we see earlier, the sintered bronze is not enough good, because we see the sleeves cracks. And diameter was completely different, and we want to choose, want to replace on the sliding sleeve with materials which will be better. And this is why we do the tests, which during 50 hours with the completely new cycloidal disc and with the same material, the steel material with the sliding sleeves. And this is the results from the analyzed surface texture of cycloidal discs. We use the profilograph, and in this you may see the applied marks for the cycloidal disc measurements, 1P, 1V, H1. And on this slide you may see the examples of profiles taken from the 1P profiles from the completely new surface of discs, and after the 50 cycles, it's mean 50 hours. And this is for disk A, in here disk B. Another compared RA average roughness parameters of the profiles recorded for investigated area, disk A, disk B, new and after 50 hours. And what is the conclusion? When we compare the profiles, disk A and disk B differ from each other if we compare the roughness parameter, but another very important conclusion is the surfaces of investigated discs are highly influenced by the production process. When the production process is not correctly, we see on the profiles. And as I said, when we replace sliding sleeves from sintered bronze material on the steel, and when we tested our cycloidal gear, cycloidal drive, over the 50 hours, and when we use the profiles, and with this parameter, velocity, loads, we have the results. And what we have? The measurement results in a form of the mass difference for each inner sleeves and outer sleeves, because we have the 2 diagram. We see that the mass difference is completely different for each of the sleeves. Another results, if we shoot the photo from microscope and compare the surface in this case inner pins and outer pins, and this is new, this is after the 50 hours, we see that we don't have the pitting effects pitting effects is thus not existing in this on this surface. Similar the photos in this case to the inner sleeves number 4 and 6 and 3. When we try to get the profiles from the sleeves from pins, because we have another shape, not cycloidal like cycloidal discs, epicycloid, we assume the profiles of the sleeves and pins will be recorded from the 3 longitudinal profiles, the following position, angle 120. And some conclusions. The mast wear is not equal for the same sleeves, as I said. Record profiles of the new surfaces of sleeves and pin indicates the manufacturing error. Similar conclusion like from the cycloidal discs. The analysis of surfaces using macro photos. Okay, there is no pitting wear effects. Okay, next step, we try to replace very heavy steel cycloidal disc to the more heavy 3D printing technology cycloidal discs. And as I said at the beginning, we try to many materials and finally we choose the materials PA with carbon fiber, and we did 2 types of tests. First, we put this disc from this material to the housing. Also, we create with 3D printing technology from PLA, but PLA, as you know, it's not strength enough. This is only no-load tests with this input velocity, and a half an hour. It's only for the check. It is correct. It's not problem. And after that, we start the test run to failure with when we put the these cycloidal discs from PA with carbon fiber to the steel housing, and after the 46 hour we hear something different and noisy sounds, and when we disassembly, we see that the area where we install input shaft bearings damage the cycloidal discs, both of them. Because we have the 3D scanner, we use these tools and software to analyze the level of damage. And we assume some surfaces to measure, the position of the measuring points. And if we use the dedicated to the scanner software, we may compare 3 elements. Model from the technical documentation, CAD, real model completely new, just from the 3D printing, and damaged cycloidal discs model. And this is the example of when we have the results in form of deviation value of real data from the real object, completely new, not damaged, and we compare with the CAD model, nominal dimensions. And in here we compare values of deviation of real. In fact, in this case, we have damage scan model comparing with the CAD disc, cycloidal disc, and others examples when we have. And finally, the third main topic, application. Application, the example of application is the medical robot. As you see in here, maybe on these slides will be better, when we use the cycloidal drive. It is a good gearbox because this size is not big, and of course this type of gears have the high ability to absorb overloads, and if we use 6 cycloidal drive, we make precision of reproduction of the gait of the healthy person by controlling the 6 joints. Another example, we may use the cycloidal drive in magnetic resonance because we have low vibration, this cycloidal drive, this gears, reliability and dimension is not big, and others. Robots as an assistant in spine surgery. Stability, the advantages, stability and precision of the system. Another example, why we use the cycloidal drive in these proton therapy tools, because we have low vibration, smooth movement during the operation, and a high stiffness and reliability. And to the end, this presentation, I would like to say we still try to redesign our cycloidal drive. Now it's the step when we removing sliding sleeves from the external pins, with redesigning. We also try to use 3D printing housing, and the last we just start testing the redundant cycloidal drive from the colleagues from VUB. Thank you for your attention, and thank you very much.
Right, thank you very much. Are there any questions? Okay, I have maybe then a question. Are there questions online? No? Okay, one question for you. I think it's a good example why BrIAS conversations are important, because we can switch from robo-ethics to also all the very intricate considerations when it comes to also your work, and these are all same part of the same equation, and you need to have all of that included. So yeah, this is a beautiful thing about robotics, and a complex one. I had a question about the environmental assessment of all the components that you use, because what you're working on could drastically influence and improve the efficiency, and therefore also the capability of having more sustainable robots, using less energy, being more efficient. But have you also done an assessment of all the different, pieces that you need to build? All the work that you do. Have you evaluated also the supply chain of to build your pieces? Sorry, it's a large question, but I was curious about it.
I don't know, maybe I don't understand, but if you ask me why I try to different elements, first we design the elements for the, works. But when we do next steps, we try to use the standard elements. As you see to the end this presentation, we use as external pins the standard shaft we just cut and put to the 3D printing housing, and also we don't want to use the very different and material. We don't want to use like sliding sleeve. This is standard element. We may buy it, but this is very not strong enough, as you see in the results, and as okay, maybe it will be quicker. Okay, I would like says that if you see in here, we use standard element. We only cut from the shaft, a very simple milling, and put on the. It's very good for the strength because we have the very good diameter. These external pins. We try to finally have the object with very light, and when we final product must be like in the prototypes. We want to use almost all elements from the 3D typing, because we, as you know, we may use the PA with carbon fiber or not. It's exactly when we use PA with carbon fiber, it's not completely, it's not good for the cycloidal disc. It's better for the housing, but for the, because the wearing effect is also, it's, but in fact, we try to redesigning all time.
So efficiency all the way. All right, but thank you for your answer, and you answered my question. I think it's also a form of eco-design. Yeah, how far can you go to make your product and the drive as efficient as possible, also in the design?
I hope I will be at that when I, after the cooperation with the another, when I cooperated with colleagues from VUB, it will be next huge steps to get the redesigning and smaller and light cycloidal drive.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. And so, if I'm not mistaken, it was the last seminar of this fellowship. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I think there are many people to thank, because this has been a lot of work all the way. So congratulations, Anya. Thank you, Luca. Thank you, Andres. Thank you to the junior fellows. Thank you. This is a continuous work over and a lot of preparation ahead. So yeah, congratulations and thanks a lot. So please don't forget to register, and see you very soon tomorrow for the great. Thank you.